What's going on, Conscious Crew? It's your favorite breakdown commentator, Consciouztv. Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. This is totally a improvisational live stream. So sorry for the late live, but this is why I tell you guys to have your notification bell set to off, because you never know what day or hour the king shall be king. And you guys already know what we're here to talk about. So before we do so, go ahead and thumbs up this video. Thumbing up not only helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up the video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another Conscious crew member and telling them to get their arses into the goddamn sanctuary. Also, shout out to all of the new subbies. We are almost at a solid 47K, so big ups to the crew. Big ups to the kingdom. We are working and working our ass off, baby. We are earning every little bit of it, all right? Also, make sure that you guys have your notification bell set to all. And last but not least, please share the stream out to whatever it is you have digital community, whether that be your YouTube community wall, your Facebook, your Snapchat, your Instagram, your Insta story, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give a damn where you lay the link. Just let them whores know that we're allowed live and then call in. With no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through. Okay.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, let me speak to the Conscious crew members who are vamping with me in this hour. What's going on, Logic Bees? What's going on, Tasmania? Hey, Deshaun. Hey, Crystal. Hey, Rumors and Tea. What's going on, Crystal? Hey, Carolyn. Hey, Finn. What's going on, Say Bruh? Hey, Ian Gardner. What's going on, Food Expert? Hey, Jen J. What's going on, Vala? Good morning, good morning, good morning. And good night to a lot of you all. I was watching TS Madison show and stumbled across a story that is absolutely devastating, of course. This is my first time hearing about this story. And then there was a conversation that she was having as well that I wanted to come over here and also talk about. If you guys also have an opinion about the nuances we are about to get into, then you all are welcome to hit the link. First and foremost, let me go ahead and give a church announcement. We were over on Voodoo Doll TV's platform today with Tea on Top of Tea. It's the hottest new digital panel on the net. So you guys have to get into it. It's my boy Royce Reeds, my girl Jew, Nosy Whole Life, and of course Voodoo Doll and myself. It rotates every Monday per person's platform once a month. So next week, it'll be on Nosy Whole Live's platform, 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oh, so check that out. I posted the link to the show on the community wall for those of you who may have missed it. All right. Now, let's get into why we're here today. A 14-year-old white trans teenager was murdered and dismembered, okay, by a 29-year-old man who she met off of a dating app called Grindr, which is a very popular app amongst the LGBT community. Now, as far as I know, Grindr does have a age restriction policy, which is 18 and above. I believe you have to be 18 years of age to have a Grindr profile, maybe 21. I'm not really sure. I've never used Jacked. I've never used Grindr. The first time that I ever even saw what those apps even looked like was when Reckless Logic showed me his profile, that big ass Florida hoe. And then another one of my friends who utilizes those apps. I haven't been on a dating app in probably almost 2 decades now. I think the last time I was on a dating app was when I was like 19. And I definitely haven't been on a dating app since I've been a content creator. But Grindr is a very popular dating app. I'm going to pull up a news article and then show you a news clip And then we'll get into the conversation that I was listening to over on Maddie's platform. And then I'll drop the link if you guys have anything that you guys want to say to the subject matter. What's going on, Crystal? Hey, boo. Courtesy of NBCnews.com. I want to read this article for you guys. Matter of fact, I'm gonna just do a screen share super quick. Kapow. All right. This is courtesy of NBC News. Missing trans teenager teen's body found dismembered, suspect charged. The district attorney said that it's one of the most heinous crimes that he has seen in his nearly 50-year career. Pennsylvania authorities confirmed that dismembered human remains found late last month are those of a transgender teenager who has been reported missing. The Mercer County Coroner's Office and Pennsylvania State Police confirmed last week that body parts found June 25th in Shenango River Lake, a reservoir in western Pennsylvania and northeastern Ohio, were those of Pauly Likens Jr., 14 years of age. Likens was last seen early June 23rd at a public park in her hometown, Sharon, Pennsylvania, about 15 miles east of Youngstown, Ohio, police said. She was reported missing 2 days later. The same day, unidentified human remains were discovered nearby. The coroner's office identified the remains as those of Likens on Wednesday. Police said that the cause of death was, quote, sharp force trauma to the head, and that her body had been dismembered by some type of cutting instrument. Deshaun Watkins, 29 years of age, was arrested last week in connection with Likens' death and charged with first-degree murder, aggravated assault, abuse of a corpse, and tampering with or fabricating physical evidence, according to court documents. Watkins could face the death penalty or life in prison if he is found guilty. An attorney for Watkins declined to comment, and efforts to reach Likens' family for comment were unsuccessful. Pamela Lantner, who leads the Shenango Valley LGBTQIA+ Alliance and LGBTQ advocacy group in Mercer County, spoke with Likens' relatives in recent days and said the family confirmed Likens identified as a transgender girl. Latner said that Likens' mother is in complete and utter shock, and that she is requesting privacy and pressuring authorities to charge Watkins with a hate crime. Quote, just the sheer severity of how Pauly was murdered and then cut up into pieces, put into bags, and thrown into the river in various places, Latner said. That alone exudes a large amount of hate to be able to do something like that. Mercer County District Attorney Peter C. Acker said that as of now, authorities do not suspect the homicide was motivated by anti-transgender hate, but he said that could change as the investigation proceeds. He called the homicide one of the most heinous crimes I've seen in 46 years of being a lawyer. I have pieces of a body of a 14-year-old murdered victim, dismembered, brutally unalived, sharp trauma to the head. I want justice, Acker said. Quote, people can say what they want. They can advocate whatever position they want. But frankly, the first thing we have to do is get this individual convicted of the fundamental crimes. On the night before she disappeared, Likens was at a friend's house and left to walk home between 9 p.m. and 9:30, according to a criminal complaint shared with NBC News. Her friend told authorities that Likens communicated with her on Snapchat a few hours later, around 2:30 a.m., the complaint says. Authorities connected Watkins to Likens and the crime scene through cell phone data and security video, according to the complaint. The complaint says video shows Likens waiting for someone near Bud Street Public Park, which is alongside the reservoir where her body was found, between 3 and 3:40 a.m. on the day she went missing. Likens' cell phone last communicated with cell towers in the area around 3:40 a.m. before its service was cut, according to complaints. Likens' phone has yet to be recovered. Video from local businesses show Watkins' car traveling to and from the area near the park around the time Likens' phone stopped communicating with cell phone towers. The criminal complaint says video from Watkins' apartment complex the morning June 23rd and following day also shows Watkins struggling to carry large duffel and garbage bags into and out of his apartment. The complaint adds that Watkins' apartment tested positive for blood in multiple locations, including the bathroom and under the bathroom flooring. Watkins also brought a cutting saw on the day Likens disappeared, according to the complaint. When police recovered the saw at Watkins' apartment last week, one of its exchangeable blades was missing, it said. When authorities interviewed Watkins last week, he told them that he had sex with an individual he met on Grindr, a popular gay dating app, on the morning Likens disappeared, according to the complaint. Watkins told police he had actual contact with the same individual whose description matched Likens, and that the individual never went back with him to his apartment. Asked about the large bags he took in and out of his apartment, Watkins told authorities that the bags were luggage he never removed from his car from a vacation he took months ago. Watkins is expected to appear in court for a preliminary hearing on July the 25th. Latner said a vigil for Likens will be held Saturday in Sharon. Wow, 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 wow. Hey, y'all. Hey, everybody. Jesus. This is, yes, I work very quick. Hey, y'all. This is, a harrowing and very sick Jeffrey Dahmer style of execution. Since a 14-year-old cannot consent with a 29-year-old man, this was grape. He admits that he had penetrative SCX or penetrative contact with Likens. Took her back to his apartment, dismembered her, and then shuffled the bags of garbage. What did he say? Back into a trash can or back into his car, or he was toting, okay, walking, struggling to carry large duffel and garbage bags into in and out of his apartment, and threw them into the river. Tried to dispose of this 14-year-old girl's body. Unbelievable. And people say, hey, it's 2024. Yes, 2024. And the most gruesome, unimaginable, diabolical, apocalyptic crimes happen particularly to LGBT folk, Black women, and Black children, simply on the basis of being woman, being queer, and or being a child. This is a news clipping courtesy of CABC Philadelphia, and I believe that Likens' father is going to speak in this interview. Likens' father, from what I understand, was calling Likens by her dead name meaning her male name, is what I took from Maddie's show. This will be my first time seeing the clip along with you all. So we're going to watch this. And of course, this entire commentary is a trigger warning, but that should have been clear, you know, from the title alone. So let's listen to this news article, of course, covered by fair use.
The gruesome murder in Western Pennsylvania. A grieving father is speaking out for the very first time after the dismembered remains of his 14-year-old transgender daughter were found at the end of Pride Month.
I need to find out where my son passed from this world.
And by son, he's speaking about his trans daughter.
And I've always come through here. so I can feel closer to Pauly.
Referring to Pauly as his son, Paul Likens Sr. says he spent days searching the park in Mercer County, Pennsylvania, where his child was reportedly last seen. Authorities say the 14-year-old went missing June 22nd. 3 days later, Pauly's human remains were recovered around an area lake. An autopsy revealed the cause of death was sharp force trauma to the head, and the manner of the death.
This is the guy, the 29-year-old maniac and psychopath who unalived this 14-year-old trans teenager.
Aside, 29-year-old Deshaun Watkins, seen right here, has been charged with her murder. Pennsylvania State Police say Pauly was last seen on surveillance video near a canoe launch, appearing to meet up with someone who has now been identified by authorities as Watkins. Blood was discovered during a search of the suspect's apartment, and the family says instead of celebrating Pauly's birthday, which would have been this past Saturday, they're now planning a funeral.
We lost a little shine the day Pauly was taken from us.
So Watkins will appear in court on July 17th. He was denied bail and has not entered a plea. Meanwhile, Pauly's family is pushing for her murder to be classified as a hate crime. That has yet to happen. Meanwhile, Governor Josh Shapiro expressed support for the family, also advocating for state laws to treat hate-based crimes against LGBTQ members the same way that they would be classified for other members.
My goodness, and this coming during Pride Month,
yes,
as you said.
Wow. So as you guys saw there, there's so much here. Maddie saw this post initially on a blog. I did not. She talked about how disgusting, filthy, low-down, gutter, and all-out demonic and satanic the comment section was. Of course, the comment section was filled with blaming this on the child. The comment section was, of course, filled with religious bigots who were, of course, blaming this on what they would call the sin of the child. Of course, there were ignorant buffoons who threw up the classic, this is what happens, trans people don't disclose, shouldn't be tricking these men, blah, 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 blah. However, Pauly met up with a 29-year-old man on an LGBT dating site, for one. Transgender women are not new and do frequent the social and dating apps themselves, even though largely heterosexual men are attracted to trans women. But also, let me make sure I get the term correct. There are trans-attracted pansexual men, trans-attracted bisexual men. There are trans-attracted, individuals of the LGBT acronym as well. So trans women also largely date as well within the LGBT community. Now, I have not done all of the rigmarole and all of the research to know what were the ins and outs of Pauly's experience on this app. Obviously, she would have had to lie about her age to get onto this app. Once again, I believe that Grindr does have an age policy of 18 and up, if not 21 years of age and up. Once again, I'm not sure about that. Matter of fact, let me see if I can verify that. I'm pretty sure that Grindr does have a age requirement for use. Let me see. Grindr age requirement. Yep. The Grindr services are intended only for legal adults, no persons under the age of 18 years old or the age of a majority in places where 18 years is not the age of majority may attempt directly or indirectly to view, download, possess, or otherwise use the Grindr services. there is a lot of crimes being committed through these LGBTQIA apps. There's been a lot of heterosexual men posing as queer in order to lure queer men back into the apartments to rob them. There was, I recall just last year or year before, a heterosexual guy who used a queer dating app in order to rob and unalive another gay man, killed him right in the car, left his body curbside in the vehicle, robbed him blind, etc. There's just a lot of craziness going on dating apps as well. We know that a lot of women have also been raped and unalived as well, using the so-called dating apps. So I just want you guys to please be super careful on these apps. I mean, the old adage is still do not talk to strangers largely. I know that social media is a very integrated part of our lives and our everyday lives, and so we seem so much more familiar and comfortable with strangers these days because we galvanize in comment sections and create online communities and form love and bonds with strangers every day off the drop of a dime. But I do not want you all to forget that these are still fucking strangers. And especially when you're going to form intimate offline relationships to people, even if it's non-sexual, you need to really vet individuals, even if you have to do background checks, and just take your time really to get to know someone, even if it is regarding casual sex. One of the reasons why I have not had to use a dating app at all in my adult years is because if it ain't broke, I don't fix it. So I just rotate my exes. When the love is done, I turn them into human sex dolls. I just recycle, baby. Okay, I just refurbish, honey. I repurpose their ass, honey. Okay, when the love is done, I just turn them into a hookup, and so I just keep them as my partners when I, need some grown-up time, baby. Okay, I ain't got time to be out here on no damn Grindr, on no plenty of fish, on no plenty of boats, on no plenty of apps. Scourging through profiles, girl, just to get a nut. I just can't do it. I'm too goddamn lazy and it's too damn hot to be working that damn hard for a nut. So, I just repurpose my exes personally, but I know, the rest of the world, girl, y'all like seeking out new puss and new cheeks and new peen and all that. There was a conversation that was going back to the particulars of the story. There was a conversation that was happening over on Maddie's show about where the responsibility falls here. First and foremost, can we just agree that young people have no fault in matters like this? Yes, we raise young people to do the right thing. Yes, by the time they're 13, 14, 15, we, start to look at them as having and being an age of accountability. But being at an age of accountability does not mean that these young people are grown, and it doesn't mean they have wisdom. It does mean that they have awareness. And I'm sure that Pauly, yes, knew that she should not have been on an app like Grindr. And I'm sure she did not seek her parents' permission to be on an app like Grindr. And I'm sure that she did not tell her parents the truth about what she was doing, and if she was meeting up with someone, being up with an adult male. I'm sure she was doing what, once again, kids do. And I'm glad that Maddie clarified that, because a lot of us were off the chain as young people, and we were doing what young people do. Young people think they are invincible. Young people are coming of age. You're curious about the world. You have desires. Oftentimes, you don't have a safe space in your family unit to really discuss those desires and how to relate and be proactive and productive with those energies. So young people just do half the time what grown folk do when they experience those energies. They go looking for an outlet. But I don't feel like young people are inherently responsible. Young people are going to be young people. And the question of parenting also came up as well. Like parents, not doing a job, they're being lazy. That is true a lot of times as well. There's a conversation for parents who are just really kind of not paying attention, parents who are not very hands-on, parents who are not very involved with their young people. A lot of onus falls on the fault of parents for not being a helicopter parent. But we also know that even the most helicoptering of parents cannot catch every single thing. Because if I'm following what the article laid out, is that Pauly decided to meet up with this male she met off of a adult dating site upon leaving her friend's home. So it was in that interim that she made it to the park and decided to wait on the maniac known as Deshaun Watkins. It doesn't matter how much you helicopter a young person. Young people know how to zigzag, baby. Young people are like mice, okay? Baby, they're going to find them nooks. They're going to find them crevices. They're going to find those openings. They're going to find those moments of opportunity. So even the most strict, most controlling, most involved, most obsessive, most all of that cannot conclude as a 100% safe proof method when it comes to parenting. And I know this because my parents were considered helicopter parents. Very much so involved, very much so looked through our book bags, looked through our VHS tapes to make sure we ain't had nothing up there we shouldn't have been. Very much so screened all of our friends, screened their parents, etc. And yet we were zigzagging, bitch. We were zigzagging down, honey. 16 years old with a fake ID in the club. 17 dating a 32-year-old. This was all me. And that was with helicopter parents. So sometimes, yes, the parents are at fault. There's just people who are irresponsible, don't give a fuck, don't love their kids, don't like their kids, don't want to be parents, don't want to be moms, don't want to be dads, don't want to be guardians, don't give a fuck. Damn near might as well sit your child right in a lion's den, But then there's also the other side of that where you have parents who are very involved, who still cannot keep everything that can happen from happening. But this is also something I want to add. Our world is growing largely to be a digitalized world. People are communicating through social media. People's sources of information now and news and news is social media. I have always said this on my platform, and I stand behind it today. And the manifestation of this gruesome event with Miss Pauly is the perfect receipt of why I say that I feel like no responsible parent should be allowing their young people access to the internet outside of school related curriculum or outside of like heavily supervised internet usage where you have parental controls set on their phones, set on the smart TVs, or where you at least allocate an hour or two to be in the same room with your children while they do whatever it is you are allowing them to do on the internet, and you sit with them, because anything that they want to do, they should be able to do right in front of you. Anything they want to pull up and look at, they should be able to pull up and look at right in front of you. I feel like a lot of parents are not taking into consideration that regardless of how trendy and convenient it is for young folk to have phones, for them to have internet access, the internet thing is very unregulated and it's the wild, wild motherfucking West. And all it takes in this case, like Pauly, is a 30-minute internet access for her life to be completely gone because she encountered the wrong person in the worst kind of a way. "14-year-olds and 13-year-olds should not have fucking Facebooks. They should not have fucking YouTube accounts. They should not have fucking MySpace accounts, Snapchats. They should not have fucking Instagram accounts. They shouldn't have none of that. For what? For what? All of that time plugged into social media, they could be having an actual fucking childhood. They could be spending time with other young people. They could be doing something creative. They could be learning something, a essential skill. They could go be innocent. They can go be young people. And just because everybody has a phone and everybody has access to the internet doesn't mean that you have to bow down to that as a fucking parent, because let me have my own, their ass will be on corded house phones and until they're 18. I'm 38 years old and I have been victimized on the internet. I'm a whole fucking adult male. And I've been stalked. Being stalked to this day. I've been harassed. Being harassed to this day. Okay, I've had my privacy attempted to be invaded. And I'm a grown adult. So just imagine if that's what the fuck you see adults going through. If that's what you see content creators going through. If that's what you see your favorite social media personality go through, how much motherfucking more dangerous is it for young people who do not have the wits, do not have the experience, do not have the maturity, do not have the wherewithal to even understand what the fuck they're getting into, when adults barely even understand what the fuck we're getting into with this internet shit, because we're the first generation to have it. How much more defenseless and vulnerable are they? And then that's quantified when you choose to allow them to self-govern themselves. And why would you ever do that? Knowing how susceptible anyone is when they decide to pooch on through social media apps that involve connecting, talking, and socializing with other people, that involve them having access to do so. Because instead of them being on the kid side of YouTube watching Barney and Friends, they're on Grindr. So, I hate to have to tug on the wig a whole lot of it of the parent in this case. But all roads will lead back to parents when it comes to young people. And I don't understand the psychology and what else does one really expect if you're going to allow a 14-year-old, a 13-year-old, a 9-year-old, a 8-year-old, a 15-year-old, a 16-year-old to have access, unsupervised, unmanaged, unregulated access and usage of the internet. There ain't enough that my 14-year-old could do to generate that level of trust in me, because it's not about trusting them. It's the world that I don't fuck with. I could know that my 14-year-old is very well and mature for their age, That don't mean they have the maturity of a 90-year-old. They have the maturity of a fucking 14-year-old. And those are two different goddamn maturities. I wouldn't push back and withhold them from utilizing the internet outside of necessity. Because I don't trust them. I know what the fuck, I know where the bears, lions, and tigers are in the world. I know that my 14-year-old is outnumbered. I know that my 14-year-old has no business in a room full of 29-year-olds. And no matter how smart and genius and talented and sweet my 14-year-old could ever be, I know that they are a motherfucking 14-year-old. And they're experiencing the same hormonal changes as everybody else who's ever been fucking 14-year-old. Who's ever been 14 has had to experience. I know that everything that's going on in them ain't even something they're necessarily going to be sharing with them. But because I'm the adult, and I done been there and done that, and I done been 14 years of age, and I done had puberty, and I done da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I don't need them to tell me. My lived experience has afforded me to know what you don't even have to fucking tell me at 14 years of age. Now, once again, I also want to be clear that this is not, what I'm also not saying is that you can absolutely save your children from everything. What I am saying, though, is that as the mature party in the relationship, being that of the parents, our job is to completely and utterly do our part. If they gonna zigzag anyway, they're gonna zigzag anyway. If they're gonna find a way to get loose and to get lost, even without having access to the internet, even without having a cell phone, even without having access to Google, then that's on them. But what I'm saying is that as the mature party, our job is to do our fucking job. And I do not understand why this father would allow a member of one of the most vulnerable groups in the country, a queer woman, a trans woman, a trans girl, to have unmanaged, unsupervised access to the internet. The mother is the article says, and you know, and I really don't want to seem like I'm really, because I hate that there has to be criticism for them, especially at a time as devastating as this. But it can so very well much be argued that this absolutely could have been prevented. As far as I'm concerned, allowing a 14-year-old to have unsupervised access and usage of the internet is equivalent to allowing them to have the keys to the fucking car. It's equivalent to allowing them to have a license to carry. And if a young person wouldn't even know how to navigate the Strong Thurman building, the Social Security office, how the fuck much more do they fucking know about navigating a fucking dating, aka sex site? What the fuck do they know about navigating the nuances of socializing with adults at that? These kids barely can get socializing with each other right. And being the responsible party, aka the parents, once again, I don't understand how people think the internet is safe. It's not even safe for us. So how in the fuck could you just send your 14-year-old to the worldwide internet? The worldwide internet. Heavy on the wide and the world. Heavy. I want to give people who are this, parents like this, who are this deftone, I want to give them the benefit of a doubt and believe that they've just fallen victim to the false illusion of security that comes by way of how daily and integrated social media and the internet is to all of our lives at this point. And so there's a growing comfortability around its usage, around its involvement in our lives every day. But situations like this remind us that it doesn't matter how motherfucking integrated the internet and social media is into our lives, that it is in fact the wild, wild fucking West. And it certainly will always be that for a young person whose curiosities, whose desire to know the world, to move beyond the boundaries, to explore, to become, are of infinite potential. And it's your job as a guardian to stand in the gap of that insatiable appetite in young people, to unmercifully travel the seas of the world and touch everything that can be touched and participate in everything that is silver and gold and glittery. And to help them and to keep them out of harm's way. Because you know that their naivety leads them to ignorance that can be fatal, like that of Miss Pauly Likens, who never left her friend's home. Out of all the things a 14-year-old brain calculated, out of all the things that a 14-year-old girl, just being herself, following her desires out, not knowing any better, and all the possibilities, the possibility that was the smallest in her 14-year-old mind is that she would meet a homicidal pedophile off of an app for LGBT folk. That was the smallest of the possibilities and hypotheticals that she probably imagined and anticipated. And seafood expert, I don't mind that. You know, learning technology is fine. You know, like that's not my context because I've already completely established that teaching young people how to utilize computers and to be technology literate and to be computer literate is very different from unregulated, unsupervised, unmanaged access to the internet. When they're in school, they are being supervised. They're in a controlled environment. And most school internet is heavily censored. You can't even access certain websites and certain things as a result of the age restrictions that are on the Wi-Fi and the computers of most schools. That's fine. Parents also allowing their young people to learn technology and to utilize technology is very different, once again, from allowing your 12-year-old to be in her or his room with unregulated, unmanaged, unsupervised access to the internet. You teaching them how to use Google in order to pull up books and information and their favorite shows is very different from allowing them to have unregulated, unmanaged, unsupervised, unlimited access to the World Wide Web, just in general. Meaning that you just send them out into the front yard with their phones and the internet. You allow them to have unsupervised recreational usage of the internet. That's the problem. That's the That's the issue. Because if you as an adult don't even know how the fuck to keep yourself safe on the internet, and you know more than the 13, 14, 12-year-old, 9-year-old does, then you damn well know just how fucking much more vulnerable these young people are in their unsupervised, unmanaged access to the fucking internet. You know, cell phones are a choice. You know, more than a cell phone, the internet is a choice. Libraries still exist. Basic television still exists. Magazines and books still exist. You don't have to necessarily give young people access to the internet. Now, it is something that's largely integrated into school, and that's fine. I think most people are fine with that because, once again, it's supervised. But if the schools have to supervise it and regulate it, how much more should adults be regulating and supervising it? Why would you send your child into a space for 8 hours out of the goddamn day, appreciating the fact that your child is sitting around people who are micromanaging and supervising them, but allow them to come home and access the same portal of information without no fucking supervision? That's literally counterproductive, and a person is literally slapping themselves in the fucking face. You're literally just backhanding the hell out of yourself. What the hell is the point of sending them into supervised spaces with these abilities, with these luxuries, with these technologies and accessibilities, only for them to come into your space and have access to the same things, but without supervision? They can be off in the bathroom on the internet. They can be up all night on their tablet, up all night at their computer. Unsupervised usage of the internet. No parental settings, no supervision, no nothing. You know, a lot of people are now giving, it's like the internet, it's like parents almost look at just throwing the internet at their children as it's the new bottle. It's the new, all right, get out. Like, it's the new, get away from me. It's the new way to get a break from being a parent, girl. Just give them their tablet, go let them play on their damn computer, go let them da-da-da-da-da. And then your 14-year-old ends up in the news. Your 14-year-old ends up in a river. your 14-year-old attracts some hyper traumatic situation. I think if there's anything that we need to learn and take away from this situation, is that beyond class, gender, orientation, race, etc., is the internet is literally going to be the death of people, unbeknownst to them. This was a preventive situation, because it wasn't like Deshaun Watkins ran up in their home. It wasn't like he pulled up in a minivan and just snatched her off the sidewalk. There was coordinated efforts made between Pauly and this grown-ass psychopath. She had access to something she didn't fully understand, based on a desire to seek companionship, to seek whatever it is that she was looking for. I have no idea what the hell she was looking for. Mr. Deshaun calls it sex. I'm sure if they had a formatted body to do a clear autopsy on, that it probably would scream grape and not something that could be registered as consensual. Because you can't convince me that he could not convince me that this 14-year-old who was trying to pass as a legal adult, he simply laid down and had consensual, like had permissible sex with, but then you took her life without her consent, though. Yeah, it don't work that way. You didn't seek her consent to take her life, so I know you didn't consent with her on X. Autopsy shows that she was unalived initially with a sharp, blunt force. Sounds like she was stabbed in her head. A sharp force. Could you imagine being a 14-year-old girl just innocently pooching through the world? You know, because you're not even old enough to really have no judgments about yourself like that, or to have judgments about your desires. You're just feeling what you're feeling. You're just doing what you do. And you're naively in the world thinking that the world is reasonably safe. Yeah, you know, 14-year-old is enough to know that you should lock your doors and close your windows and that there are some really bad people in the world. But you think as a young person that that's a minority. As a young person, you really minimize danger as a young person. And teenagers minimize that shit almost to non-existence, which is why teenagers can get themselves into some really shitty, harmful situations. Young people really don't believe that the world is that upside down. So like any other 14-year-old, she takes her innocence out into the world without any understanding that this would be the last time that she would ever see her friend, and that she would ever see her family. That this was the last time that she would ever see a Tuesday. That this is the last time that she would ever see a Monday. That's what we mean by the innocence of young people. So naive, so gullible, so open-hearted, so free-spirited. So free-spirited. I know how I was as a young person. We had no idea. We were doing death-defying shit as teenagers. I had no idea. Not only do you think you're invincible, you just don't also think it's that deep. Because you don't have all the information of the world, because you've largely been parented. You've largely been kept from how dark the world is. Because we also think, right, that exposing young people to how fucked up the world is inappropriate for children. So a lot of young people have very warped perceptions of reality because they've largely been kept. Proper parenting would have kept any young person from being able to really have a good sense of danger, a good sense of evil, unsolicited, unwarranted, unasked for evil and wickedness in the world. So young people, of course, have a very whimsical perception of the world. You know, even with my parents telling us, hey, don't talk to strangers, don't take candy from strangers, don't get in the car with no damn strangers. You know, I remember, you know, me and my brother had to walk home. She would tell us, unless I told you somebody was coming to pick y'all up, don't get in the car with nobody, even if it's somebody that y'all know, even if it's somebody that knows me and your daddy. If I ain't told you they're supposed to pick you and your brother up, don't get in the motherfucking car with their ass, even with all that being the case. You know, we knew intellectually that, okay, yeah, you know, like bad things can happen. There's bad people in the world. But that bad stuff happened to adults, not children. You know, bad stuff mostly happens to other adults. They don't really happen to young people. Young people don't be great. Young people don't disappear. Oh, that evil and wickedness is something that, you know, happens mostly to adults. We had no idea, baby. And we walked around as the baddest bitches known to the motherfucking universe, baby. Had no idea. Had no idea that there were people who were carrying AIDS and who would willfully lay down with you and give you AIDS. That happened to one of my childhood best friends at 13 years old. And guess what? Met the ninja, who was a teenager. He was older than my friend was. I think he must have been like, what, 16, 17? Met him off the phone line, because the phone line was a big deal. As Maddie was saying, the party line is what we called it. I hate the party line because I think that phone sex is so corny. So I can never get into the whole party line shit. But my friend met another young person who was HIV positive. They went out on a date. This person had a license. They went to a well-known public park one night, had unprotected sex. My 13, 14-year-old friend tested positive. Just a few weeks later. Could you imagine being 13 or 14 with HIV? Didn't know. And because there's an issue of homophobia, there's an issue of queerphobia. Queer people literally cannot even talk to their communities because you're not even supposed to be that, yet alone active in that way. So a lot of LGBT youth are on their own. They only find solace in other queer youth, other queer people. They can't largely talk to the heterosexuals in their lives. They can't have the same sense of normalcy and access to communication, to community, to wisdom about the nuance of their identities because of the issue of religiosity and queerphobia. Perpetual in the West. Look at how Pauly's father doesn't even want to call Pauly by her chosen pronouns but it's using he and him. This goes to show you more than likely that while her father probably loved his daughter, cared for his daughter, devastated over the death of his daughter, but was not necessarily accepting of something that he will probably argue went against his religious beliefs, went against his worldview, went against his ideal and ideas. That's why the father, as grieved as he was still maintaining he and him and my son. So this could tell you a lot about the access that Pauly did not have as it relates to a community that accepted and that could lean into her trans identity, where she could talk to her dad, talk to her mom, where she could have conversations about her growing feelings as a young person, sexually, etc., her impulses and need to have and experience intimacy. And once again, I don't know what the hell Pauly was actually doing. You know, she could have just been looking for a boyfriend. That doesn't necessarily mean she was out looking to necessarily engage in sex. You know, but she might have been looking for a companion, for a mate, as young people start dating of all ages. You know, that comes alongside puberty. Not only the unveiling of sexual arousal, but it's also the unveiling of romantic intimacy. I mean, when I was 17, dating a 32-year-old, I in no way really thought about the fact that I was involved with a 32-year-old. I was using the same desires that made me interested in the opposite sex, that made me attracted to someone. Naturally, I was attracted to this person. Their age didn't mean anything to me. And it really wasn't clear to me, really, about the right and wrong of it or what was inappropriate on their end. You know, I'm just being a 17-year-old. You know, he was the one who pursued me. And I just didn't think that deep about it. I didn't, oh my God, I'm dating a 31-year-old. I was dating him for the same reasons that I would have been dating someone my own age. He was attractive. He had a great personality. We had a commonality. And it was mutual. All feelings were mutual. And natural order took over. Young people are just being young people. They don't think of the world like we do. And they're so innocent. They literally just being. It almost reminds me of like Adam and Eve before the biting of the apple, you know, just kind of wandering through life, just being, like just being human and not really having a lot of personal judgments. You want to do something, you do it. You don't really think about the consequences. You expect the best outcome, the highest outcome. You know, it's a very optimistic wonderment. Even if it does lead you to some fucked up shit. But the thing that's leading you in and of itself is, it's just pure. It saddens me for this family and for Pauly that this was something that was preventive. And this is why we have so many conversations, just like we did the other day on the panel. At some point in our 4-hour discussion, we dawned upon the subject matter of young people, puberty, and sex being taboo. It's important to untaboo these things. It's so important to move beyond these conservative ideas that try to put a cap on human nature, because it keeps us from properly giving young people information about their nature, and nature, as I argued yesterday, is going to trump and prevail over ideology. This is why people bust out of their seams, regardless of how they were raised, regardless of how long they've been in the church, regardless of how much something has been beat in a fucking head, because what's prevailing is human nature. That's why people, LGBT folk who try to live on the fucking down low, end up still busting out of their seams through infidelity, through living very secret lives in shame, because human nature is going to prevail. This is why Bruce Jenner was walking through and living his life in secret as Caitlyn at night before he fully transitioned into Caitlyn. When he was Bruce, he would be up in the wee hours, 2, 3, 4 a.m. in the morning, pooching through the mansion in Kris Jenner's gowns, dresses, where no one could see him, until finally transitioning into Caitlyn. And guess what? Some of her daughters woke up and saw their dad cross-dressing. Kept it a family secret, never even confronted Bruce, who transitioned into Caitlyn. And it didn't matter how long Caitlyn went out of her way to live as a male, to be some masculine athlete, winning championships. No matter how many kids she had, her nature had to burst eventually out of its motherfucking seams. And we have done everything we can to suppress human nature. We've tried to put religion on top of it. We've tried to slap respectability politics on top of it. We've tried to slap fear-mongering on top of it. We've all out tried to beat and abuse people's nature right out of their asses, only for their nature to burst out of its seams any fucking way. We gotta have the conversations. We gotta get real. It's a mandate as guardians and as gatekeepers and elders in communities to safeguard the young people we have through our wombs, are the young people we have access to with the truth. They only have a shot in this complicated ass world filled with light and darkness with the fucking truth. And we've got to be with the truth in order to help them to navigate their own. Long as we in denial, we'll suppress them. We'll be partial toward them. And sometimes we'll be all out useless because we can't handle the fucking truth. The truth of their orientation. The truth of their gender identity and expression. The truth of their inner experience. The truth as they know it to be. With that being said, I want to move into a second segment, and then I want to drop the link for you guys. I was watching Madison's show, and shout out to Mother Maddie, because she brought this program to you all tonight. Because she got into a conversation about her and her co-host, the mistress, got into a conversation about coming out. And the conversation was basically in the spirit of this. LGBT folk, be motherfucking patient with your parents. They need time to mourn who the fuck they thought you were, who the fuck they thought you were going to be. Just like queer people need time to come into who they are, our parents, our guardians, our community also needs time to accept who we are and to grieve who we're not going to be. We know that a lot of queer people have been on a very long journey with their relatives, parents, siblings, grandparents, etc. for a long time. Relatives who are 10 years into your transition, 10 years, 15 years, 7 years, 20 years into your coming out of the closet as a same-gender loving person, as a non-binary person, as a non-gender conforming person, as a he, she, we, etc. girl, who just need time. I take a contrary attitude. And I know exactly why a lot of natural-born heterosexual people really love hearing stuff like that. It's because, of course, any opportunity for natural-born heterosexual people to not have to come full circle, of course, is going to be something that natural-born heterosexual folk are going to lean into. Because half the time what really happens when the queer person, whether they're trans, same-gender loving, two-spirited, whatever the fuck it is, the whole time while they are accommodating this grief by the non-queer people in their life, the non-queer people are just not actually healing. They're not actually on a journey. They are just sitting in this middle ground that allows them to still get away with misgendering, to get away with their bigotry, to cling to and hold on to their religiosity, and to hold on to their egos. And queer people, out of being well-meaning, sometimes will be forever well-meaning, while not ever really knowing that you're being hoodwinked and bamboozled by the father, by the grandparents, by the mother, by the cousins, by the aunts, by the uncles, by the adopted parents who are 7 years into still crying tears and trying to accept who you are. And I'm going to tell you the real reason I call cap on this concept of our parents need time to grieve. I ain't never heard this be the case for nobody who had cosmetic surgery. I ain't never heard somebody who got a nose change and got rid of their Negro nose for a more European nose have parents who needed to grieve their Negro nose for 7 years and 10 years. I ain't never heard the parents who had daughters who got some extra boobage on the surgery table needing 7-10 years to grieve out the old titties. You know, and I'm not talking about in the case of like extreme cosmetic surgery. That's like frequent. That's like freakish. I'm talking about just standard cosmetic surgery. And I'm going to tell you why I personally am really offended by this concept, and I always have been. And I'm glad that Maddie touched on it tonight. Because here's where heterosexual people, natural-born people, fuck up at. What the fuck are you grieving? I haven't gone anywhere. And I think that's the most offensive part for me about this whole idea that you need time to accept me in the same verbiage of claiming that you love me. Because if you actually knew the person you were claiming to love, you would know that I haven't gone any fucking where. So there's nothing for you to fucking grieve. What has changed is aesthetics. What has changed is possibly who I'm going to be partnering with, but those are things that didn't have anything to fucking do with you to begin with. And I don't give a fuck if you are my father. I don't give a fuck if you are my mother. I don't give a fuck if you are my grandparents. I don't give a fuck if you are my aunt. I don't give a fuck if you are my brother or my sister. These were all areas that had nothing to do with you to fucking begin with. And just like it would be out of order and inappropriate for me to be that motherfucking invested in who the fuck you come through the door with, you don't have no excuse to put that type of fucking burden on queer people because of who they're going to possibly come through the door with. So what exactly are you grieving? Because you can't say, oh, I thought I would have grandchildren. Baby, I still have reproductive parts. Queer people still have their own children. Queer people still use their reproductive parts. Queer people still bring their own flesh and blood children into the world. So you're not grieving that you're not going to have any grandchildren. You're not grieving that. You're not grieving that you're not going to have any nieces and nephews. Baby, I'm queer. That hasn't changed my fucking biological structure. I still have working reproductive skills. But guess what? Let's say you weren't going to have no motherfucking children. Had I been heterosexual, there would have been no guarantee that you would have had any nieces and nephews or grandchildren either, because who the fuck said I wanted to have any goddamn children to begin with? And it's nothing for you to mourn, because I do feel like some of the expectations that parents have on their children are very inappropriate. Like for me, I don't give a fuck whether my kids or whether my nieces or my nephews are going to have fucking kids or not. When I look at them, I don't really look at them as future parents. I just see them. Whether they go have children or not is irrelevant to me. Whether they go get married is irrelevant to me. Whether they remain abstinent or asexual is irrelevant to me. Those, for me, feel like it's none of my business areas. Like, I'm not here to be a guardian, to be concerned about what I want. This is your soul experience. And just like I afforded myself to live the life I wanted and to become and to self-actualize for myself, I'm going to afford that to the people in my life as well. I'm not here looking at my children or looking at my nieces and nephews as personal fucking chia pets. Like, oh, you need to go make me proud. No, you need to go. No, you need to be who the fuck it is you have been called to be, and then go evangelize that out into the fucking world. My job as a fucking guardian of any kind, whether it's to my own children, whether it's being an auntie to my nieces and nephews, is to help them to discover who the fuck they are so that they can have clear dignity and integrity to stand the fuck on and go march into the world with. Not go marching into the world with making sure that, oh my God, let me make sure that I have kids for my father. Let me make sure that I get married. Let me make sure that I go to school for a certain career. Let me make sure that I please me. No, you're here to self-actualize you. You're here to discover and figure out what the fuck the creator created you the fuck for. You're here to get into soul alignment with your divine purpose and to find your divine corner and to do your divine part in this motherfucking system. I ain't got a goddamn thing to do with nothing but being a beacon for bringing you into the world and then facilitating a prosperous space where you can self-find in reasonably and then go carry out your motherfucking work in this matrix. I feel like parents are really like beside themselves when they be burdening their fucking children with all this shit. Bitch, you lived your life. Y'all lived your life. Like some more said, girl, you know, when your grandparents done all that they need to do, they done lived the whole life they wanted to live for 70, 80 motherfucking years. Now they old and decrepit, talking about we living in our last days. No, ma'am, because when you were 21 and fucking grandpa, we wasn't living in our last days then, were we? How convenient that now all of a sudden we living in our last days. Because you can't go hopscotch through the world no more in your vitality. Don't try to put no fear-mongering on my shit and then you greenlit your whole shit, or just because you did choose to conform to your family, to your system, just because you chose to live for other people, because you chose to sacrifice why the fuck you were here, and instead you prioritize the desires of your parents or your people that I'm supposed to do the same thing, baby, you was just ill-informed. You just didn't know no better, and they didn't know no better either. I'm so sorry that y'all missed the mission. I'm so sorry that you missed the opportunity to live for yourself. I'm so sorry that somebody didn't give you permission to advocate and to vote for you. I am so sorry for you. I am so sorry, baby, that's how you spent your life experience. It's making everybody else happy and touching everybody else home run instead of making your own. I am so sorry that you thought that was the way, the life, and the truth. So sorry for you. So when we be talking about this whole, like, you know, it's like, girl, you know, I'm a very reasonable bitch. So being very reasonable, at best, baby, I'm gonna give you a week. Okay, mama, get your ass up, bitch. Okay? Rosa Parks, get up. Like, Father King, get up, baby. Baby, it's no way in hell that you about to be around me mourning for years and years and years and years and decades on end, talking about, you know, you just need time. What you're really trying to do, what you're really struggling with, is letting go of your narcissism, letting go of the right you thought you had to force what you thought should be onto your children. This really ain't got nothing to do with LGBT folk. What people really are wrestling with, who just can't let go, they years into it and they still can't let this shit go. They're wrestling with their own control. They're wrestling with their own narcissism. They're wrestling with that. It ain't got nothing to do with me. You know, I also agree with Maddie, who says that, you know, if her mom slips up or whatever, you know, she don't take that personal because she knows that's not her mother's intent. You know, Mother Mary is somebody who had to intentionally decolonize her mind. And Maddie is privileged in that way, because that's a beautiful thing when you actually have parents like Mama Mary, Dwayne Wade and Gabrielle. Who else got queer children? You know, when you have these individuals, especially Black and brown people, because we know how conservative our people are and how much we play into respectability politics and into religiosity. So for when Black and brown people have the nerve to meet their queer children where they are, it's a beautiful thing. And it's something that wholeheartedly every child, generally speaking, should have, and something that definitely all queer children should have. The same thing that heterosexual natural born son and daughter needs, the affirmation they need, the space they need in their relationships to be themselves, to be able to talk to you, to confide in you, to have access to you and I, was the same thing that queer people should have. And when queer people don't have that shit, it deeply mutates us. And we grow up with all type of inferiority complex. This is why there's so much division in the queer community. There's so much division amongst same-gender loving people, amongst just the LGBT community as a whole. Because every minority community is wrestling with their trauma. And that trauma bleeds out into the way they socialize, the way that we relate to each other, whether we're talking about the Black community, the LGBT community, women's community, etc. You see it in all minority communities, because minority communities have typically been put through the fucking ringer. You've been subjected to anti-Blackness. You've been subjected to sexism. You've been subjected to racism. You've been subjected to all the fucking phobias. What's going on, Harold? What's going on, Darian? Marlon Wayans, yep, with his trans daughter. Brad and Angelina. I didn't know that they had a queer children. Magic Johnson. Anita Benham has a gender child. So many, it's a beautiful thing. Pauly Likens represents the majority, though. You know, the people that we're naming and the queer people that have access to that are a minority. Pauly Likens is still being referred to by her dead pronouns. It's a shame and it's a scandal. But, you know, I really question this whole need time. I couldn't imagine needing time to support the one thing that I'm going to give myself permission to fucking support, regardless of what the fuck my ideologies are. Anything that come from fucking me, bitch, I'm supporting, long as it don't involve no self-harm and harm to other people, baby. You got me. It's just because it's just beyond. It's beyond. I need time to accept what? Because here is the gag, right? How are you going? Okay, so let's use me as an example. Let's say I wanted to be a trans woman, and that I am a trans woman, and that I transition later on in my life. Why would there need to be anything to mourn? Because I fully transitioned. Because had I been born a girl, you would have loved me nonetheless, right? Okay then, case closed. Let's say your daughter transitioned into being a man. Had your daughter been born a man, you would have loved them nonetheless, right? Oh, case fucking closed. Case fucking closed. Before you even knew what the fuck I was in the womb, you decided you loved me anyway. Okay. I'm going to hold you to keeping that same motherfucking energy once I'm fucking here. Before you got an ultrasound and knew what the fuck it was. It could be male or female. Then sadly, because there's a lack of education on intersex, hell, I could have been intersex. Before you knew what it was, you had decided you was gonna love whatever it was, be it blue or pink, at the gender reveal. So regardless of whether I began male or I began female and transition into the latter, I'll need you to remember, Mom and Dad, you were prepared to love me as a boy or a girl any fucking way. And actually, hell, you got the best of two worlds. You had your time having a son, and now you got a fucking daughter. You had your time having a daughter, and now you got a fucking son. So you got it both ways, baby. You're blessed and highly favored. You were given both of them. Would they rather them have cancer? Well, you know, there's an old adage in the Black community, the girl, that Black people, or rather their kids, be convicts. than to be queer, honey. They'd rather your ass be a baby daddy, a baby mama, be a hoodlum, even a damn abuser, before you be LGBT any damn thing. Shout out to somebody had cash at me. I'm just not looking at my phone. Shout out to Cedric for the nasty piece. Oh, this mother, hey mother, for your big sis. Thank you, babes. Congrats on the new show. Thank you, love. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is my trans mother, Sasha Huddy. So I'm gonna drop the link. Darren, come up. Harold, come up. Come up. Hit the link. Hit the link. Like, come and tell me how y'all feel. Like, heterosexual folk, queer folk, do y'all feel like parents, guardians, families should, that LGBT should be, understanding and give their families time to grieve it, time to get over, time to accept it? What time is it? A lot of these people can love an invisible man in the sky before they can love their fucking kids. I dropped the link for anybody who want to come up, honey. What you think about this story with this 14-year-old trans teenager? What do you think about young people having access to the internet? What do you think about coming out and our communities needing time to grieve? How long should grief be? Like I said, I'm a reasonable person. You got to work through your bullshit. You got to work through your community bullshit, your religious bullshit. But keep that shit to yourself, baby. Work in silent. I don't want to hear that shit. Like, it's just bizarre to me. It's boy, girl, neither. We're talking about people living as people. Even if you're talking about a male transitioning to woman, female transitioning to man, you're talking people transitioning into people. Welcome to the platform, Woman's NT.
Hey, Conscious.
Hey,
what up, girl?
What's going on?
First of all, condolences out to the family and the loved ones, the friends, the community, those that deeply did love and accept this young lady. It's crazy, but it happened so much to us. I was trying not to see the color and just look at the bigger situation, because it happens a lot to our community. But as far as the parents, the subtopic, I just really believe that a lot of parents, most, really be trying to relive their lives through their offsprings. And I kind of had to check myself from time to time. I think it's really unfair to put stipulations onto people that when we don't live up to those standards our damn self. Most of us have been in situations where, not most of us, all of us, we've been in situations where someone has tried to tell us how to live our lives. Had a judgment, like super judgmental, about decisions that we were making, but we still demanded our rights to make it, whether it was going to be a good or a bad thing. I think the same should be offered to children. Well, although the difference is the age, experience, but why can't our children have whatever the experience they need to have, as long as it's not endangering to them. Meaning, like, for instance, going on social media, websites, and things that, stuff that's not going to put them in harm's way. But when it comes to identity, when it comes to what their passions are and things, that I just think that it is healthy to allow them to explore.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Like, stop saying that, especially when it comes to identity. I have a problem with people telling children who they are when, if they're telling you this is how they feel, this is, I just have a problem with that. I think there's a way to, even if you're not sure as a parent, I think there's a way to navigate through that. And everybody's situation is different, but I think there's a way to navigate through that where even if you don't agree, your child still knows that you love them and you respect them enough to allow them to have the experience. You understand what I'm saying? Like, that's the one thing, that is the one thing that I did like about the Wades. I'm not going to lie. I did start feeling like, I don't want to say it was Gabrielle. I don't know. But I did start feeling like they were whoring. I hate to say it that way. But, like, for the public, like, more for attention than necessarily. Like, I just think that the fame, like, because of their career choices and them being, in the spotlight all the time, I felt like they was pushing, like, a little too much. And I'm not talking about the agenda. I'm just saying, like, just putting a child out there just for attention. You get what I'm saying? But the overall, I really did and still do thank them for supporting Zaya like that. Even like somebody said in the comment, mention Coco and her son. There are a lot of parents that they call it progressive, but I just call it being a human being. Like
parenting.
like, yeah, like, you're doing what's in the best interest of your child, not in what's the best interest for you. And sometimes we have to admit we don't always know what's in the best interest of our child, because we don't even know what the hell is in the best interest for ourselves. But what I don't get, though, Conscious, is why aren't children allowed to have an opinion about their lives as children? Like,
especially as young people, like, particularly like when you kind of hitting that teenage years, but we know that self-knowledge, it does go back to as early as, like, before you can form language or just start to form language. Like, you come in with a lot of information already. Usually what life is, because see, like, what you're really describing, Rumors, is really the reality that without all of the projection, without all of the indoctrination, without all of the social conditioning, what is supposed to organically happen is that we grow into what we understand about ourselves. It's not that we even become something. We just kind of unveil, really. And so when it comes to the concept of, like, young people can have an identity, young people can have a certain understanding of themselves, of the energies in them, etc. Yeah, that's because we already came fully loaded. Life is just about the experience of unlocking all that shit.
And wait a minute, but let's be honest. Do identities not change, evolve, grow? Don't we all go through this thing called life? We go through different stages. Appearances change, right? Mentalities change.
Some people don't, and that's why I had to acknowledge the people who made the unfortunate mistake of living their life for other people their whole life, and then trying to sell that to the young people that's coming from them, because some of these people did not allow themselves to change. They conformed, they assimilated to the status quo. They literally sacrificed their entire lives for the approval of the community and people they came from. Very unfortunate.
But people,
and they expect you to do the fucking same if you came from them.
But I'm even speaking in reference to aesthetically. We all change. Nothing about us.
Well,
To
a lot
women,
of people don't. Some people who grew up like with a belief that you ought to dress down and dress modest, they maintain that through their whole lifetime. Some people don't.
no. I'm talking. When I say aesthetics, I'm talking body parts. Your damn titties
Oh yeah,
flop.
like people
Like
can
we
get
change.
yeah.
It's no way around it.
People
Whatever the
can
change
get
is.
that, but that do not largely translate into
Right.
like the
But
whole
that's the point
understanding
I'm
of
making.
sexual and gender identity.
Yeah, that's the point I'm making. Change is inevitable, right? And I think that because we focus so, like, I do believe that, although I don't think there's nothing wrong with curiosity, but I think the extreme of curiosity has killed and stunted a lot of people. Like I said the other day, stuff just be looking so black and white for me, and I don't have all the answers. But like anything, anytime I get into hear anything, learning, see something, I always just see the basics of it. I really, and it would just be so simple to me, but I understand that because people make it complex, overthinking things. Why can't it be just as simple as this is who I am? And even if this is who I am for right now, this is who I am. I don't understand why we think that it is okay for us as individuals to have rights. But when it comes to anyone else as an individual, we don't see each other as individuals. It's almost like we're objects. That's what it feels like a lot of the times to me. Like, because I don't understand the lack of understanding and comprehension that if you feel this way about your life, why can you not offer me the same aspect in knowing that I feel this way about my life? Why is that so difficult? But I do know that a lot of parents try to relive all their shortcomings, what they consider maybe their failures or missed opportunities. They try to project that onto their children. And it's a common thing for a lot of parents. I too myself have done it and had to correct myself. So, just in my opinion, you save yourself a lot of headaches and unnecessary turmoil if you just sit down with your children, listen to what your children are telling you, and as long as it's not bringing any harm. And when I mean harm, I mean like this situation, may she rest in peace, where someone can be unalive or physically harmed. I don't see the problem. I really don't see the problem. And I think it's selfish as fuck. And I think a lot of parents need to stop it. We see that a lot of times where children are not considered human beings. Like a child wouldn't know. Funny story. I remember my youngest son, he was adamant he didn't like fish. He didn't like seafood. I figured that would evolve because things change. I didn't like certain foods. My son to this day is still very adamant, and he's 13 years old. He will not eat anything that smells like seafood. Everybody like he when he was younger and he was adamant about it. They're like, he know what he like. I mean, just the most simplest. He knows what he likes. Why you think he don't know what he like? Oh, no, maybe if I prepare it this way, maybe if I serve it with this. It never changed to this day. So just have to trust people to know themselves, even when they don't. None of us fully know ourselves 100%, but just trust they know themselves enough to know, even in the right now, what it is that they want. And I think we should respect it.
And that's another interesting point that I could spin too, because if people's taste buds are programmed a certain way, like there's things, as you just said about your son, but there's things about all of us, like that are just never going to taste good to us. Like there are things that are never just going to smell good to us, like never. Why the hell do we not then accept that other parts of the human psyche are already pre-programmed as well? Because people don't pre-program their own taste buds. Like nobody does. Like he didn't consciously, intentionally decide I'm going to be disgusted by seafood. That's just the way he's programmed. He's pre-programmed to not be attracted to seafood. So even small examples like that should cause us, as you were saying, even about the growth of the human body, and we all change, that all these things can be used as a way for us to really open our minds and to then relate it back to the topic of, well, if these things change, or if people largely are also have unconscious functioning or have pre-programming, like your attraction to the color pink, you didn't really consciously decide that the color pink is gorgeous. You just saw the color one day and it just was gorgeous to you. If you meet somebody who you consider to be beautiful, it's not that you've decided that they are, you just encountered them and they just were beautiful to you. If you see something that is interesting to you or that is inspiring to you, you didn't decide that it's going to be inspiring. It just is inspiring to you. So once again, how much more of self is programmed to...
You know what's also interesting? I just had a light bulb moment. Even when I was pregnant, I'm a big seafood lover. I couldn't even eat seafood when I was pregnant with him. I didn't even just make the correlation. So, you know, when people say, "Oh, you turned this way," you was like, even from the womb, my child, my seed,
turning you.
didn't like the seafood. You understand? Like I could barely be around. I just thought about that. I could barely be around it.
It was him who was nauseated.
So even from the womb, this entity had an awareness without even being in this atmosphere. Had an awareness of some type of consciousness of what he liked and did not like in the womb. So that goes in support of me saying that when people try to like with the father just kept referring to the daughter as a he, right? Your child knew even before it was birthed, while in the womb, how it wanted to be identified. And because of programming, because of programming, it probably took a while to, of course, to deprogram, but your child knew. So there's a lot to be said when people don't really want to deal with the human reality of what is inevitable, has already been formulated as it is forming. This is not like a mistake. And I think I think people need to just dig a little deeper. Believe what you want to believe, but just dig a little deeper, because what you believe may not be the reality of what's really going on.
I mean, like, but isn't that also like the literal fact of a belief? A belief is not even a factual thing. It is literally a
opinion.
It's an attitude, an opinion, an idea, a perception that you have chosen to align yourself with for whatever reasons those reasons are. But even going back to the pre-existence, our humanity is what remains intact no matter what. This is why you can sit queer people through heterosexual programming their entire life and they still be fucking queer. They still be fucking bisexual. They still be fucking lesbian. They still be homosexual. They still be a transgender, not gender conforming, etc. Because the things that make up your humanity, your sexual orientation, I forgot what the other key pillars of your humanity is, but I know that your orientation and your gender are pillars of your humanity. These are the things that remain, and you can choose. You can choose to sweep it under the rug. You can choose to not express it. You can choose to not bring it into expression, but you never get rid of it. This is why it doesn't matter whether you put queer people through conversion camps electric shock convulsions. It doesn't matter if you try to beat the gay away, pray the gay away, demonically exorcise the queer away. All these things have largely been ineffective to the majority, because these things are connected to our humanity, and we don't talk enough about pre-existence. We don't talk enough about pre-programming and how we come into this world already pre-encrypted with information. These little nuances, even like your son not liking seafood, or a trans person being trans, or a person have an affinity toward a certain color or a certain hobby. Like, we know that a lot of our professional dancers been dancing since they were in Pampers. A lot of athletes, this was seen in them even when they were children. A lot of drummers and musicians, this was seen in them since they were children. Because there's already loads of data or realities that form the nuance of personality that we come into this reality with. But because the West is so deeply religious as fuck, and we try to evangelize people out of their shit, we take on this attitude that, oh, people are purely, wholeheartedly programmable, including children who are utterly programmable. And children are programmable. And the younger they are, the more impressionable they are. But this goes back to what you were saying earlier, Rumors, about things change. Even when you try to impress and take advantage intentionally of young people, of young children during their formative years, it will only at best be a phase if the nurturing isn't connected to their humanity. So yeah, for a time, they may live as, exist as, be as you have so-called trained them and raised them up to be. But if those things if that nurturing and programming has not been in alignment with what actually is their humanity and is tailored to the uniqueness of their personality type, they will eventually conflict with that social programming that you led with, and more than likely eventually break away from that programming. But that humanity, we come in with a lot of that shit. Harold, welcome to the platform.
Hey, how's it going?
It is going swell. What are your thoughts on the idea of LGBT people needing to be patient with their grieving parents and relatives? And what do you think about this story with this 14-year-old trans girl?
Well, I kind of missed the bit of the conversation that you were having before I hopped on, but like I was saying in the comments, I think it's, in a way, it's kind of inconsiderate of the parents when you are a LGBT child. And for the most part, I think most of us, we grew up in a predominantly heterosexual world, right? So as far as sexuality, we've always had to look at heterosexuality on TV, look at heterosexuality in movies, look at heterosexuality or listen to it in music. So when we actually build up the courage to be ourselves and come into our own and actually say, hey, I identify as so-and-so, and the reaction be, oh, well, I need time to process it. That's not who I wanted you to be, or that's not the plan that I had for your life. It is, in a sense, inconsiderate. So, like I was saying, I was watching Maddie and Craig earlier, but I don't think I missed that part of the conversation. But if that is the tone of what they were saying, I kind of feel like it's not fair to have to, because in a sense it's like having to water yourself down in order to appease your family, or whomever, your guardian, or whomever feels like I'm quote unquote grieving or need time to process you being who you truly are.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I was practically arguing the same thing, that I just feel like I don't understand the grief in and of itself. And I don't understand the grief in and of itself because I don't even believe that children should be people's personal chia pets to begin with. So there's just certain areas of your child's life that I just feel like are inappropriate for you to be hyper fixated on any damn way. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who they come through the door with. You don't have to sleep with any of those people. Heterosexual, like it's not. It's literally. It's literally irrelevant. It's literally unrelated to you. Literally will have zero to do with it. Like, you do not have to sleep with this person. You don't have to lay with this person. You don't have to be with this person intimately. So I don't even understand the hyperfixation and obsession, period, even for heterosexuals or for queer people, around being that invested in your child's dating life. At most and at best, you should just want them to be with somebody who loves them, respects them, and somebody who's going to be conducive for them to be with intimately, whether that's male or female or trans or non-binary, etc.
Yeah, well, like I was saying in the comments, I really feel like a lot of parents, like I said, live vicariously through their children. Not all, but some, and they have a vision or a plan for what, who their children is going to marry, or whatever the case may be. And then when you present the complete opposite of their quote unquote vision, that is the reaction you get. And like I said, I feel like it's unfair for the parent to, basically enforce their sexuality. I mean, well, a perception of what they believe their child's sexuality should be. It's not fair
to project their sexual preference onto.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I wonder, guys? I really wonder, did these parents grieve their own failures? Like, because I do really do.
No, they haven't. Like, they could not have.
So why grieve it now? If that's the case, if that's the scenario that they want to put out there, right? Why didn't you grieve your own? Like, because that would be, if I was in that predicament, and I'm I'm really grateful. I don't think I had that issue with my parents. If I did, I don't remember, but I would have asked them, why are you grieving? Because clearly I see that you're projecting your own, failures, losses, and like I said, missed opportunities onto me.
Your own fantasies.
Right, onto me. So did you grieve that loss for yourself? Because before you could grieve anything, like, I don't want you to, misinform and create this false narrative that it's about me when it's really about you. I think that sometimes you have to turn the tables onto people, especially when you know somebody's playing in your face and they're gaslighting you. They're trying to manipulate you when you know that it's really about them and not about you. I think sometimes we have to ask people, if we care enough, we have to ask people those type of questions, like, so did you take the time to grieve your own losses and failures and disappointments within yourself? Because maybe you should start there. And if you start there, then you'll know that it was never about me.
Mm-hmm. I would say no, simply because they try to live through their children, like whatever failures they may have experienced in their own lives, they take those failures and they try to manifest them via their children. So when you are a child who veers off from whatever your parents' vision was for their own life, and they try to, like I said, manifest it through you, it's an issue.
I think a lot of times parents also forget how they felt when they were their children's ages. No matter if you're young, your child is an adult or an adolescent. I think a lot of times parents, I don't know if they deliberately forget or if it's just a natural thing to forget how they felt. Because I remember how my mom used to, like, my grandmother used to say to my mom, I told you when you had your own, you were going to see. And then my mom would in return, would, like, say it to me. And I'm like, but do you remember? Because y'all always coming from the parental standpoint, but what about the adolescent phase? Like so you forgot how it felt that even if you were making a decision that was not the best, because that's why I keep saying that, like, they don't understand that it's really not it's not a decision about whether I want to be this way or not be this way, or what the decision is whether or not I'm going to live my life and live my truth openly to you. Because I think a lot of people don't really get that when it comes to anyone that is not allowed the opportunity to be their own self, their whole self with you. Like, you have to understand this person is not being authentic with you. So you're missing out on who this person is. You think you know, but you're clueless. I.e., why we have a situation with a 14-year-old person being unalived. You know, this young lady was unalived because this young lady, you like, clearly, I'm assuming, this is what I'm discerning. This young lady was not allowed to live her truth wholeheartedly. And because there was so much pushback, I feel like this young lady was looking for acceptance, affirmation, comfort, understand, just overall acceptance, like someone, that
And this is
saw who
this
she was.
and this is the foul truth of what you don't love, the wrong person will. If you
Right.
love your children the right way, the wrong motherfucker gonna love their ass.
Right.
Because we saw in the clip that the father referred to her as his
Son.
And he was already, not affirming his her true identity in that moment.
I often, like, because I know, like Conscious, we've talked about this several times. I too dated older men, and I wasn't seeking, me personally, I wasn't seeking validation in a sense of, because I had to do some work. I know that I was genuinely just attracted to older men because I was always around my elders. But I legitimately was trying to search out, like, if it was something deeper behind that. And the only thing that I can honestly say was the fact that every older male treated me like an adult. I literally was providing for myself since I was 14 years old. I still had a mom, still lived in the home, still had my dad, all of that. But I was working since I was 14 years old, and I actually took care of myself from that point on. Right? Not understanding that what I was doing was just buying clothes and buying food, but I wasn't paying, like, I was giving my mom money, but I wasn't paying no real rent or anything like that. But as a 14-year-old, I thought I was an adult. And so I would find men, I would be attracted to the men. That's what I found out the commonality was outside of age. I would be attracted to men that did not treat me like I was a little girl, even though I was a little girl. And things could have easily went left for me. I thank God, to no exaggeration, I was still a virgin till I was 17. I put myself in a lot of situations that could have went the other way. And it didn't. I didn't have to worry about no shade. I didn't have to worry about teenage pregnancy or anything. But I damn sure put myself in a lot of situations. You ain't going to be dating older and not find yourself in a bed or nothing at no point. Thank God I knew how to fake it, or they just ain't know nothing about nothing. But regardless, it could have went the other way where somebody could have forcibly just took it. Like I said in the chat, none of my traumas were based upon situations I put myself in with those individuals. All mine came from, like, me not even thinking, I ain't trying, no nothing. But regardless, I can identify. And I really had to say, dang, my parents really didn't validate me in a way where I shouldn't have been 14 years old. Even if I chose to want to work, I should not have been taking care of myself. I was still a child. And I was allowed to come and go as if I was an adult. Cause guess what, my mama, we were like latchkey kids. My mama was working 2 jobs. My father, we was latchkey kids, and we had, everybody got like a big mom and all that. We had a, main house to go to and everything, but we still latchkey kids. We had freedoms and liberties. It was dangerous. Anything could have happened. So I just think that as parents, because as me raising children, it's a day-to-day thing for me. Nothing, today I might feel this way. Tomorrow I may change. And I mean evolving. I don't hinder myself as a parent when it comes to my relationship with my children. I'm open. I'm open with them. Nothing is written in stone other than don't you get out here and hurt nobody and commit no crimes. And you're going to respect me. Nothing is written in stone. Everything is up for discussion. And even if I don't particularly like something, my children still have my support. They still have my support. I don't understand that as a parent. How can you be so, I guess that's ego, but how can you be so careless and reckless with your children, your offsprings? All the hell that most of us parents go through. We ain't even dealing with, identities and sexuality as the concept. Like all the things we got, kids was in school, being bullied in school, misbehaving, paying for and taking care of these kids. Life be lifing. Ain't nothing cheap no more. So to go through all of that, then you're going to neglect and intentionally not provide your child with the support they need to survive out here. You just send them to the world.
This is why I will forever and always stress conscious and intentional parenting. When it's not conscious and it's not intentional, it leads to all of these ills. It leads to all of these ills. And by conscious, I mean healthy, like being healthy of self first, and then having an appropriate understanding of what it means to bring another soul into this world, which once again is not to be anybody's personal chia pet. That's not what the purpose of bringing another soul into this world is. So being healthy of self first, clearing your own traumas, clearing your own fears, clearing your own projections, clearing your own egotism, clearing your own bullshit, and then having an appropriate understanding of what it means to bring forth the life and what your role is in bringing forth that soul coming through that canal. And then the other part of that is intentionality. Not having a kid because you just happen to have sex and got pregnant. Not having a kid because you're trying to keep your partner. Not having a kid because you lonely as hell and need company and want something to love. Not having a kid because of all these other weird ass reasons I have heard down the pipeline. There's only one fucking reason to want to have a kid, and it's because you are ready and have a desire to help another soul to understand who the fuck they are and what the fuck they are to do in this system. Help them to understand who the fuck they are, not have them understand who the fuck you are, but you having a single desire to help bring a soul in to help them understand whoever it is they are, so that they can go forth and do whatever it is they're called to do, whatever the fuck that is in the world. When the reasons are anything other than this of rumors and harrow, this is when the toxicity and the bullshit and the generational bullshit and the confusion and like literally this anything other than that is what gives birth to all the other fuck shit of it all.
And see, a lot of people have not done that work. The whole list that you just ran down, a lot of people have not done that or have not checked that off. A lot of people basically have kids for the wrong reasons, and when you are a parent who does have a child for the wrong reasons, you know, have a generation of parents who are not, you know, just basically push like an iPad or an iPhone in front of their kid's face, and you know, you have situations like this where they're on social media talking to grown adults, and there's no type of supervision, no type of monitoring, and then they find themselves in these dangerous situations. So, like I said, it's just people are not. I don't even want to say they haven't done the work. Are these people even willing to do the work?
Yeah, because it's too late for. I mean, it's not too late in terms of like, it's not. I mean, like, if they've already had them and they're here, then it's like now you need to do the work. But this is why I be sounding off Harold to the rest of the world, who like, you know, for everybody else who hasn't had kids yet, you have an opportunity to start off on a very different foot and to learn from our peers who have already did it and then had to get on the bandwagon and learn and do the shadow work and all of that shit as a result of it. But it don't have to be that way, because once again, so many of the ills in our society are preventive. They're not things that even have to be the case. The generational trauma don't have to be the case. Like even in this situation with Pauly Likens, this was preventive, because it wasn't like this man snatched her up in a white van or came through their home and snatched her up. She was able to be in contact with a pedophilic social psychopath because her parents, for whatever reason, thought that it was okay for a 14-year-old to have unregulated, unsupervised access to the World Wide Web, and it led her to her fucking death. Something this was completely preventive.
Mind you, there are so many pedophiles on the internet now, and they use whatever they can create a fake profile and say that they're whatever age and use somebody else's picture, and then when you meet up, they are a totally different person, and then this kid finds himself in this type of dangerous situation. And like you said, this could have been totally preventable had they simply been watching or monitoring what she was doing on the internet.
Preventive trauma and a preventive death. And I want to say this, and I want to get IG to chime in on. Maddie also was having a conversation around like what can be done. What can be done aside from parents needing to like pretty much just outlaw unsupervised usage of the internet in their households for people under the age of 18. Because once again, whatever it is you want to do on the internet, you should be able to do it right in front of my ass. And that's the only time you're going to be on that motherfucker, is when I'm supervising. Anybody under the age of 18 needs to have supervised, mediated usage of the internet. But another great remedy came up as a result of these things happening, and so many people using social media, particularly dating apps, to cause harm to people, to rob people, to do all type of heinous things, because you have underage people on these age regulated apps, because Grindr is 18 and up. They need to start putting things in place to help our world be safe who wants to live alongside social media, such as making people submit IDs, make people
to prevent
license, etc. Have a verification system put into fucking place, so that, and I think that this will also encourage better behavior on the internet as well, with people knowing that they can be tracked, they can be found out. So if you're coming onto an app and you thought you were going to use it to rob, you thought you were going to use it to grape, you thought you were going to use it to unalive, you now have to consider those actions a lot more, because the system has your personal identification information. I don't even mind them going as far as to make people submit a fingerprint scan. I mean, I don't give a fuck, really. Whatever it takes for there to be some safety mechanisms put in place, because we know we have people on both sides, young people and age-appropriate people, abusing the system. And once again, a lot of this is completely
preventive. I even think about those gay guys that were robbed a few years ago. I don't remember if you or IG remember, there was like a slew of crimes that were being committed through either Jack or Grindr, where like straight guys were.
Yes, I do remember. I do remember a story out of Atlanta, where the guy I guess he met up with someone. He met off Jack, and as soon as the guy got there, he robbed and eventually unalived him.
Robbed him blind. Yep. And I remember another story of I think it was I don't know if it was a couple or a friend. It was two gay guys. They had linked up with a guy they met through one of these apps, and the guy had robbed them both and had, I think, unalived one of the guys, if not all, both of them in the car. Like, had blew both of their heads off in the car and robbed them. Lost their lives. Lost their lives. IG, welcome to the platform.
What's happening?
What's going on?
What's happening, everybody? What's happening?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, RJ.
What's happening, Rumors and see what's happening, Brother Harold? Shit,
what's going on?
I got a little bit of a taste of Maddie's interpretation of the unfortunate of what happened with the young trans woman girl, and yeah, like, it's just interesting to hear other people's conversations or reasons around the conversation. Do I feel this is preventative even with those measures? I kind of say that it's not completely preventative because of, see, even if whatever mechanism that you come up with, there's always a will and a way for young adults and teenagers, because I think about it even from my perspective to go and, of course, lie. I'm not saying this makes it an excuse for whatever happens to them, but I kind of see, like, even with those parameters, it's kind of like when you're talking about 14, 15, 16.
Are you there, IG? Your phone went out. Can you hear me? IG, if you can hear me, I think your signal might have went out. We can't hear you at all. IG might be in a bad area. Hello?
Where? Yeah, hello?
IG, your phone had went completely out, so we didn't hear anything you said.
Oh my God, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was given nothing at all.
Okay, I have nothing. Yes. What I was saying is that I don't see it, even if we come up with certain provisions should work, but I kind of think there's ways for people to, young adults between the ages of 13, 14, and 15, 16, even though we're saying kids, at that point, they're going to think about ways to get out the system. I'm not saying not put those things in place, but this is the reason why I also say where some of these events will not be completely unavoidable because of that. When you're dealing with people, and especially with this day of age and technology and all these things being even more accessible, and how to tweak and all of those different things, I kind of see that as it's not, unfortunately, preventable. I think in the type of society, you can't really try to prevent the creation of those people that are like the perpetrator either. It's kind of like, what is the unique sensibility that triggers this person to where their rationale is this reaction? Because the only difference between him and this person is not the same thing, but Jeffrey Dahmer, like, meeting people with the other intention of thinking that something's good, and it's not. So I think that's not just an age specific thing, to be honest with you. I kind of, that's why I don't see it as avoidable regardless.
Tell me what you think about this. So I would say preventive in principle, like this particular situation with this 29-year-old and this 14-year-old could have been avoided because they had never crossed paths prior to their ability to intersect because of her access and his access to Grindr. Had she not had that access, we could reasonably argue she would be alive right now. She would have saw another week. We can reasonably assume that had she not even been on, even if she had access to the internet, had she not been on Grindr that day, had she not got into conversation with this particular person, which was only made possible because the internet existed. It was only made possible because she was able to just jump on an app, make a profile, and start swiping right and left and sending messages and responding to messages. Had that been completely eliminated, and we know that a lot of this can be prevented because data too. Like there's a reason why there's a rise in data, like when it comes to femicide, etc. Particularly, this is happening to Black women as well, who are being raped and unalived at unprecedented rates as a result of these dating apps as well. Things that would have never happened to these women are happening just because of the accessibility of women and men by way of the internet and undocumented meetups, etc. And it's hard for me to believe that if we didn't have more safety mechanisms in place, or didn't even have, or certain things didn't exist at all, that the things that happen to people specifically would have actually happened to them, even though we know crime would happen in general. We know that people are going to be raped. We know people are going to be murdered. We know that people are going to be kidnapped. But there's a reason why those things are happening at an escalated rate as well.
Right, because even like I guess too, because I come from that certain generation. I'm an older millennial too, and I also kind of remember before the chat line we had the internet. It was over the phone, so there was we had this is Talkie, this is Creator here. She got some minutes, but what else? That motherfucker. You heard me. And he was for everybody. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like I kind of be like, I had to think about that. I said, yeah, you were 16, 17, 15 years old. Well, no, 17, 16 years old in these very grown adult spaces. There was no barrier. There was no filter. Had there would have been some type of filter, that easy accessibility to like a pool, like a critical mass of strangers, basically, right? It's like having that type of accessibility at that young adult age is dangerous. I don't think that you should have that complete in that space, not accessibility to the world, but you're not really mature enough yet as that adolescent that going into adulthood to make that type of be in those spaces. So I do see what you're saying in the sense of that would have definitely been preventative. But I just keep wondering, like, okay, I kind of like see hackers, I see hacker culture, I see a lot of things even with these students. It's like there are things that they're doing to get past these servers, past these firewalls. That's just kind of, so that's what kind of just gives me like.
And that's why I argued, IG, that we don't even have to give young people unsupervised, unmanaged access to the internet is a choice.
Yeah.
Like that's not by nature. Like if you are just throwing internet access at your teenagers, at your 12-year-olds, and letting them go sit in a room or go sit off on a couch and just roam and browse through the fucking internet.
Yeah.
That's inappropriate. And that is what's dangerous, because the World Wide Web is completely undocumented. And I was saying earlier that if the internet has been dangerous for me, and I'm a whole adult, I done been doxxed, I have been stalked, I have had so much shit happen to me, and I'm a 38-year-old on the internet, then how much more protection and resources does a teenager have to protect themselves from any of that and have the understanding of what they're even fully getting themselves into? They don't, which then means that this issue comes largely down to parents who are being very unconscious and being very friendly about their young people having unmanaged and unsupervised access to the internet. And I just don't even understand, even in this parent's case, why he would allow or think it was proper and appropriate
for a 14-year-old trans girl who's a part of one of the most vulnerable classes of people in the country to have access, unsupervised access to the internet, because all it took was for her to leave her friend's house and then decide to head down to the park to never be seen again.
I had a wonder. I did have a wonder about this though, Conscious, and it was just kind of, is it a thing where it's a culture too, where, and I don't know, it's just a speculation in a sense. Is it that the culture, the behavior in that household, meaning that the father and the mother exhibit that type of culture to where they're on the internet, they're bringing strangers in and out the home, they're going out, because it's just for it to be that lackadaisical. I just wonder about, is that somewhat a culture that's also being reflected in the behavior of, like I said, this is because it's a single father of this the trans
I know
woman.
the article had mentioned her mother too. I'm not sure if the mother and the father are together or they co-parent, but apparently she does have both her mom and her dad in her life.
Yeah, but that's, I'm not, I just kind of wonder though too, also to your point with parenting, but also the effectiveness of, is it a culture in
For
the
sure.
household
I would
where
say so, because I
Mhm.
argued or made the point earlier in the commentary that I feel like because AI and social media is becoming so integrated into our lives as Americans, that this has created this illusion that the internet is safer than what it actually is, because we all use it, because we have it, because it's become the new television, it's become where we watch our favorite shows at, it's become the place where we get our news at, it's a place where we seek a nut at, it's a place where we shop at. It's become so integrated under the guise of convenience and luxury that I think this has created a cultural familiarity and comfortability around the internet. And I'm trying to give parents the benefit of a doubt by just wanting to believe that their recklessness is birthed out of this false illusion of security regarding the internet, just because it is so much a part of our lives every moment of the day. We're texting through these phones, we're communicating with our loved ones through these phones, we're communicating to our cross-country loved ones through these apps. There's like, and I think that it blurs the lines of perception. And so when our teenagers and a 14 and a 15-year-old wants to have a Facebook profile, we won't think nothing of it. We just think that they're probably just going to be following their cousins, following their little friends. Every now and again, we'll check their phones. Ultimately, they'll be all right. And it's really just coming from because of how plugged in the internet we are. And it's creating a massive opportunity for these psycho fucking paths to take advantage of not only fucking children, but take advantage of grown folk, take advantage of all of us, and do God knows what. Parents are going to have to resist the biting of the apple and resist falling into that false illusion that the internet is safe. It's not. It's incredibly fucking dangerous, and it's equivalent to leaving all the windows and doors open in your home when you allow your young people to have unregulated, unmanaged, unsupervised access to the internet. It's equivalent to just going to sleep and leaving your fucking doors open.
And to add on to that, I feel like it's even dangerous when it comes to people that have, like, your children have grown up around, because there are instances where there are adults that your children see often who may be kind of sneaking into their inbox when you're not looking. And then that also is a component of children letting their guard down, I guess, around adults who they are familiar with, and it could lead to a situation like this. I've seen that in my personal life.
Ain't it kind of bizarre that people would have that type of guard with people that you see to proximity to you with your children, but a motherfucker that's thousands and millions of people on the internet, you don't have that same vitriol? Ain't that some shit?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Ain't that some shit? Like it really is. And then one thing I also too like wondered is that like besides that, what type of sexuality behavior, meaning regardless of orientation, what kind of see, my father was kind of exceptional in this way, heterosexual man, and he said something to me. He said, I'm not going to let you be wind of when I am with a woman. I'm not going to bring her around in that way, because his logic was this: you're not going to be able to say that your sexual behavior or whatever adventure was because you watch me do X, Y, and Z. You're going to explore that on your own. So I kind of, even to the point to the internet, I kind of wonder sometimes in these situations, is that a culture thing in the household? Because this is the thing, we have a problem. We tell young adults and children, do as I say and not as I do, but then you wonder why they're contradictory, why they're contrary. You see what I'm saying? So sometimes I kind of wonder, when we're dealing with especially these young adult like behaviors, how much of that, because see, for you to be so comfortable, like without any type of, how much of that is the individualistic culture of the household in sexual behavior and internet usage, or even without the sexual behavior? Does everybody go in their room and close the door? Does everyone go in their room and eat in their room and watch that, even if it's that thing?
Mm-hmm. Look, she is a white skinned female. I mean, a white skinned trans girl. So we know that typically white people have a looser parenting style than a lot of times melanated people. They give their kids a lot more leadway in self-expression and a lot more wiggle room. But to your point, IG, yeah, I mean, it's kind of no way of us really knowing factually, but I mean, it very well could be the culture of the household. Dad and mom meet people off the internet, or how, like whatever the relationship is around online usage and socializing through online. I do know that this country also just has a big problem trying to distract young people so that they don't have to really parent as well. And if the internet allows, like, if the internet for a lot of parents is the new like bottle, it's the new recess, it's the new way to have a break by just throwing them the internet, then I know a lot of people are doing that as well. It was conscious crew members in the chat who were like, my 8-year-old has a cell phone, my 10, or my 10-year-old niece or whatever, like somebody in their family, somebody very young.
Yeah, that was the point I made earlier. Yeah, they shoved the iPads and the iPhones in the kids' face, and go do whatever you want to do and get out of my face. That's
nuts.
That's the mindset of a lot of people.
It's nuts. It reminds me of Boosie, when Boosie, perverted, stupid, low vibrational ass, talked about he discovered that his like 14, 13-year-old, 12-year-old, however young his son was watching adult content and was self-pleasuring off that adult content, and then he further encouraged it. And I'm just like, because like that's just how unregulated the internet is.
What that was about.
Of course, it was about it was about
assure that he don't
hetero supremacy,
right? to assure that he doesn't quote unquote turn out gay.
But I bring that up.
Let that been a certain other type of adult cinematography.
And because I bring that up to say that, but that's like, I don't understand how parents in general don't understand that without parental restrictions put on your child's device, whatever that device is, like, how don't you know that your child can pull up like
death images and can be literally flipping through images of dead bodies for hours. They could be watching sexually explicit content. They could be communicating.
Pornhub
they could be
and OnlyFans and all that is within like
yeah. I mean, like,
budget.
and it's free. This stuff is free. You can literally just type in corn and go look at corn. Like, it's right there for free. It's right there in the search engine. They could be communicating with somebody that they know is an adult or is posing as someone their age who is in fact a pervert or a adult. And I just don't understand how adults can know that pretty much the internet is equivalent to a modern day Pandora's box, and you're going to allow your children to have unregulated, unsupervised access to Pandora's box and then be shook when Pandora things happen.
Right, because we know what we use the internet for. So I don't know how some people feel like their kid is not capable of stumbling across the same things.
And your kid, out of all people, the young people have the most curiosity. They are the people who are going to be far more invested in scourging through and following through with their imagination and their curiosities. And that's why I had to put my foot on the father and the mother in this case. I hated it because the circumstances are just so terrible, but it's just like, to me, this was just so preventive and,
like you said, preventable. Had they simply been paying attention, present, profoundly present. And like IG was saying, I also said it earlier too, the fact that the dad was calling the trans child by their dead pronouns just lets us know that she didn't have emotional support, psychological support as it relates to her transness in that household. I mean, we don't know if she really had support at all, you know. I mean, but we can definitely reasonably argue that she didn't have support as it relates to her transness. And it's just a sad ass situation, but this is happening to queer youth all over the country. Yes,
all over the fucking country. And Project 2025 is about to have it's about to be a cesspool.
Baby, Project 2020 that's about to be the wake up call. That's about to be the wake up call that Negroes, I think, need. I hate to say it like that, but
yeah,
you know,
it's going to be the pressure that's going to bring the diamond to full potential. Because it seems that we don't get it together unless it's through tragedy and extremism. Oh, you're back.
By then it's too late.
Yeah, something back. You know, I'm out at the plantation. I had to secure some shit.
Yeah, so you know, for a long time, I had my cousins in here who, like, well, not my cousin. Wait, my older cousins had little cousins, and for most of their high school years, they didn't even have a cell phone at all. Like, they were like sophomores in high school.
I think I was 15 when I got my first cell phone.
Shit, I was 20 right after Katrina. You heard me, got my first one during the between Katrina area. That's the first. I'm sorry, era. That's when I got myself her cell phone, like at 20.
Yeah, well,
cell phones weren't even really a thing. Like, we were still in the
two-way
pager era.
And that came with its own, you know what I mean, you know, horror stories as well, you know. I just think that, like you said, parents, we just have to regulate. You have to put things into place and
establish boundaries.
And as things evolve, you just gotta become more and more creative. Because I'm gonna tell you the truth, I've been listening, right? I had the parent controls on and man, these children found ways to do everything. I mean, I started unplugging TVs, putting them in my bedroom. Like, they were finding ways. And my children didn't have cell phones.
They discovered
VPNs.
You can use a VPN to break through.
it was just like all type of stuff. And it, we did the same thing. They had parent, back then cable boxes. You had to have the little passwords or whatever. Man, I don't know how my brother always found out, but the point is that
that's why there's a
it's
will.
just a point of it's just putting things into motion, into place. Like even if it's not going to be 100% successful. You still have to do something. It's
I mean, you gotta. Like I was making that point earlier that we just have to do our part. Like we know that we can't 100% stop a tragedy from happening. Not even to ourselves. We don't even have that level of immunity. Right. But we have to do more than what the fuck we are doing. Like what we're doing can be improved upon. Like, cause we just largely like people are not on their shit. They're not on their motherfucking job.
We ain't doing nothing. And no, not yes, we are. Sorry, and I'm just generalizing. But yes, people are doing stuff. They're pushing their children into danger. They're literally pushing them into danger.
Don't even know it. Yeah. Have no idea.
I don't know. Have y'all seen, like, I know at some of my family functions, these are outdoor family functions. All the teenagers would be around each other, music going, games and stuff, food, all that, and everybody sitting around on their cell phone. So I think it was last summer, if I'm not mistaken, one of my older cousins made a rule. Everybody everybody 25 and under have to turn their phones in. So they like, the adults, da 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 da, and we're like, okay, we're not gonna have our phones. We all decide, because everybody got their children, right? So you be account for who's present, and we put our phones away so we could show them. Like they didn't know what to do. They didn't we was trying to teach them how to hula hoop, throw footballs, stuff like that. Like it was really bizarre.
Shit,
yeah,
it was super bizarre.
Zombied out.
Oh no, I was just going to say. I was just
go
going
ahead.
to say
I'm sorry.
I was just going to say we have a generation of kids who don't even play outside anymore.
Yep. Everything is on a system. Everything is on a device. Mm-hmm. And I think I actually read statistics.
Is that an app? Is that an app outside? Is that an app?
What the hell was that? Oh, that was IG people.
That was me being sarcastic. I was just saying they're gonna be like outside. They're like, is that an app?
Look, I saw somebody have
women.
I was about to say I heard a white woman. No shade on it.
That's that code switching, baby. That's that code switching, baby. See,
yeah. That was good because I thought that was a woman.
With a fur coat and a cat. I told you I deal with people like a white woman with a fur coat and a cat.
It was a father who posted his son finding like a tape, like a cassette tape, and his son was like, "Dad, what's that?" It's so crazy how that's why I feel like we are like the 80s and beyond babies, like the 80s and prior babies. Like we're so lucky to have come from the old world and also have access to the new world, because I'm just like, what the fuck? But I actually read statistics a few years ago that said that technology actually had replaced a childhood. That childhood practically is going and is practically extinct. Like kids are not experiencing childhood anymore as a result of technology. It's growing them up faster.
And speaking of that, I think we're
than what they would have been exposed to. Like, it's escalating their mental body, and like y'all said, the playgrounds are empty, outdoors is empty, the summer is not filled with kids on their bikes and laughter, and the swimming pools are not like jam-packed, and kids are plugged into these devices.
Man, y'all, we had fucking fun. Set aside all the bullshit that we probably, some of us have endured. We had fucking fun. I was telling my kids how we used to just take cans and a basketball and just play. We created the game called Cans, and we climb trees. You didn't need toys. You make a jump rope. Like we
Simple
always
things
found
used to make us so
something to
happy.
do. We had so much fucking. We didn't want to go. We didn't want to go back in the house. Go in the house for what? For
Yeah,
what?
like
I used
you
to
had to
hold
beg,
my
you
urine.
had to come
Because
get us from outside.
yeah, because I
Yes.
just knew if I went inside, they was going to make me do something. Go get this, go get that. I was avoiding going in the house by all means. Like TV was cool or whatever the case, because that was, I think, the video games and
Outside,
TV.
like with your friends, was
But
cool.
outside was
Yeah,
outside. Like,
your friends and your cousins and your community was cooler. We had to be made to come. We would get in trouble for not being in by our curfew. Like you couldn't pay us to be in the
and
fucking house.
The only thing
man,
we
In
could
the
do
summertime,
inside
baby.
was
As a matter of fact, a form of punishment was you can't go outside because
right.
that was where our focus was.
Yeah, and
Let me
shit.
tell you.
And in the summertime in New Orleans in the West Bank, we used to y'all call them probably Japanese cherry blossom. We call them misbelieves. Baby, it used to be like a whole treasure hunt and going to different neighborhoods. You get your little funky ass A&P bag or Winn Dixie bag, and you be getting that, the baby. You best that would be you be eating misbelieves all day.
Like, I mean, just fun. Like someone said, I think that was you, Harold. The simpler things. Like, it was
yes.
just so
Mm-hmm.
different. And like I
Simple
be
things made
bugging out,
us so happy.
and I'm gonna tell you, cause like I said, I was around my elders a whole lot, but from the age of I guess maybe 3 that I can remember back to being 2. But I'm talking about just running and trying to keep up and just going. Listen, from 3 to like 9. I had no reason to sit around the house. Like I like sitting for. First of all, I said, "Oh my God, they ruined so much." Remember when we used to have Saturday cartoons and cartoons in the morning before you go to school and after school? There was a
Mm-hmm.
certain hour of a day that required you to be outside anyway, because wasn't shit on TV that you was going to want to watch.
Yeah.
So you be outside and you're playing. But I think that I don't know. Do you think that was a part of the system too, the plan to help dumb us down? To
Yeah,
like,
of course.
because I don't like,
Nothing
why
that
would
happens
we?
happening like just because in this system. Everything is intentional. Everything has a purpose.
I'm like, why would we allow this innovation to really stop children from being children?
Because
Like,
because it's the same thing that eventually led to them defunding art in the school system. It was all a way to remove creativity and
ah,
and to just get us to be occupied instead. Just get them to be occupied, not necessarily intelligent, not cultivate their creativity, their creative minds. Because see, the creative mind and the prophetic mind are the same mind, so they're also emasculating and severing our spiritual capacity as well by trying to eliminate creativity and the nurture of creativity, which gives way to philosophy. Philosophy gives way to the liberation of the soul of the mind, etc. There's like a whole trickle down effect that happens. These Satanists and Luciferians who run the world, they understand where the power is, what the power is, the stimuli that stimulate and arouse our divinity, our intellectual selves. And they, by default, then create systems and stimuli that once again turn us into the Walking Dead. And so when you were describing like how young people just, once you remove their weed and you remove their technology, you have removed their fucking mind, why they lose it. Like they don't even know where else to go. They don't even know what the fuck to do behind the fucking wheel of the car. They lost all themselves.
conscious, y'all. When I tell you, the elders in my family, they was spooked as hell. Like, they was like an emergency black meeting. Like, what the hell is going on? And it was like, one of my cousins was like, I don't give a damn what none of y'all mamas saying. Somebody was on drugs. Somebody was on drugs.
That part.
And like, these kids don't know, like, they don't know how
And
to
they
be
are
kids.
eventually, because the technology is an addiction, and this is their drug.
It's the dopamine release.
It is a form of addiction.
It's they get the dopamine release.
Yep.
From the scrolling, the dopamine release from the hype and the clout. It does release dopamine. So
yep. It's the dopamine and
and the thing was
serotonin.
Well, I was going to say what's so dangerous about that is because it's also like, you know, social media is art intimidates life, and life intimidates art. But then when you have the type of art that perpetuates this consumerism and all those other things, it's like, yeah, the proximity kind of disillusions them. It gives them the delusions of grandeur because they have the proximity of accessibility of communication or being in some space, and then they try to walk that out in their real life. Now, this is definitely not a young adult problem at all, but if the adults are doing this, everybody likes to say power flows from the top and not the bottom, but that's what it is when you're the adult rearing young adults and children.
Yeah.
Man,
And
well,
as the
I say
generation,
let the children. Oh, go ahead, Conscious.
no, I just want to say that as this becomes the world's a part of the new world order is AI and being cybernetic and being adjacent. I mean, they're even trying to, I mean, like Elon Musk once again, like is experimenting with neural links. Eventually they don't even want us to just be on social media. They want AI to be actually integrated into our physiologics, into our biology. They literally want to make us, they literally want to program us and to merge us with AI and technology. Like they really want to remove the authentic substance of the soul, which is the part of us that resonates and vibrates and that comes from God. They're wanting to
Human
duplicate.
robots.
Yeah, like with something man-made, as they are doing with all of creation. They're already doing this. They have created robotic mosquitoes. They've created weather controlling and pattern technology. They, like China is working on an artificial machine that can mimic a solar eclipse. They're literally replacing all
That's
of nature,
crazy.
including our very soul. Our soul is a part of nature. It comes from the divine, like every other thing in nature. So this whole AI technological age is all about also deprogramming man from his divinity and making us something else other than God, making us something else than something that is sentient and that is natural. Like they're wanting to make all of reality completely synthetic
Man,
in the name of progression, in the name of convenience. AI and technology will make your life so much better. You can just blink and change the channels on your TV. You can just think and open up the door. This is how they're gonna market
and
the.
it's really the mark of the beast.
Yes, and because they're already conditioning us to be lazy as fuck, we in place have a desire to be accommodated as lazy people. Oh yes, make the remote control smarter, make the phone smarter, let the car drive itself. Because they're getting it on the front end and the back end. They're creating the problems in order to act like the problem solvers. When all of it is about walking right into their trap and exploitation and their dream and vision for humanity. People's phones are smarter than them.
You can say that again.
And you know what's
You can
so,
say that
and
again.
ironically, the phone learns you from the information that you put in that
Absolutely.
bitch.
Yep. And then they take that data and then repackage that as cachets to help further indoctrinate and exploit you when it comes to capitalism. This is why you might as well think that there is goddamn spyware on your phone. Like, damn, I was just fucking scrolling through apples and then Facebook started advertising apples to me, or Google started advertising apples to me, or I was just looking at a type of a card, 6 days ago, and now I'm seeing it all through Instagram. All of that shit is to turn you into a consuming machine.
How about I was having a whole conversation. As soon as I went on social media, the stuff I was talking about was just popping up as ads, all heavy in the algorithm.
Because they actually have spyware on these devices. I think that you have to manually go in and tell Apple not to like listen. Like it's like you have to like deprogram the phone, but they come automatically with spyware on them. That's why you can be in conversation. You have to be like, how do that? Goddamn, bitch, is it irony? I was just on the phone with my friend, and now the thing that we were talking about is all up and through my timeline. The fuck? They're literally listening, and like IG said, they're learning and mapping us out from the inside out. That's how you master a people. You learn them first, and then you colonize. You colonize the mind, you colonize the emotional body, you colonize them all, but you got to study them first and foremost. That's an effective covert war rather than a overt one, which might cause you casualties on your side, more casualties than what you want in a war. If you want a more smooth line of victory in a war, you operate in secrecy, you operate covertly, you don't operate explicitly, at least not until the end, when you know you've weakened your prey and got them where you want them to be, and there's nothing they can do now about where it is that y'all are going, so you can let it all hang out. And that is another, and that's going to be another sign of the times. As they become and act more open with it, like, damn, these bitches ain't even hiding this shit no more. That's also going to be letting us know how successful and how closer they are to getting us to getting the collective to where they want it to be. They're only going to become more loose and become more comfortable in allowing the plan to be seen by all when they feel we are disempowered enough to not be able to do anything about it anymore. That's when we should also become a lot more terrified.
And the terrorization will cause the panic, and that's what they want. Calm people do not make cool decisions. They make the worst decisions. I'm sorry, terrorized people do not make calm decisions.
Terrified people.
They make, so they.
You can't be critical in a fear-based state.
You can't.
Yeah. And this is why, and we're seeing it. This is why Project 2025 is almost so prophetic for so many people, because it's literally the plan. It's literally the Bible, like in plain sight. It's their Bible in plain sight. And the fact that it's just available and it's just out there and they're actually talking about it. I just had somebody come under my comment section the other day saying, Project 2025 is a PSYOP program by the left wing, and it's something that's produced by Biden's administration. I'm like, baby, you must be either willfully or willfully uninformed, because they've already fact-checked and proved that 140 members of Donald Trump's administration and or people affiliated with him single-handedly are involved in the production and creation and editing of Project 2025. And just today, I literally saw members of his administration literally saying the words Project 2025. We are excited about Project 2025 and the future and da 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 da. And I'm just like, you still what? And I guess this is what Jesus meant when his ass said, let who have actual eyes see and let who have actual ears hear, because he could have been talking about the physical eyesight and the physical ears, because these people are looking with their physical ears and eyes. They're hearing with their physical ears, but they don't actually hear and they don't actually see. And it's because they obviously just don't want to. And I can also, a part of me can empathize with that, because sometimes I think that denial is a safety mechanism, because sometimes when you aren't prepared for really difficult truths, you just don't have the tools to handle it. And because you can't handle it, you have to deny it.
You have to delusion yourself in order to cope. You have to delusion yourself in order to cope, So I kind of, yeah, when people were talking, about this, and I kind of was looking into it and kind of seeing it down the pop line because I got that ADOS education, in politics and government, and it's kind of funny, like, here's the thing, and it's going to get maybe just a little dark, okay, when I say this. The thing about Black Americans in this position is that we're kind of not in the degree of 2025, but us moving the way that we have to navigate in the country, it's kind of the way that we're navigating it. It's going to be not easier, but for everyone else, that this whole time when we were saying certain things that were affecting us, it did still turn around because one thing about us as Black Americans, we did things that was for our rights, but not just for our rights as Black Americans, Americans, period. So now that everyone else outside of Black American paradigm, I think the problem is that you're going to have people who are outside of ADOS and all they hear is the rhetoric, and what they see with their eyes is that, well, the government on the party on the left is more concerned about people who are not even citizens of this country. So there's going to be a lot of rage. I'm not saying it's correct, but there's going to be a lot of rage voting at the wrong time. So I kind of can see how this is going to be a thing no matter what. And then you got to also consider this too, the party or the group of immigrants that the left has promoted votes at a split rate. So the people that are from the Hispanic, they're not a monolith in voting. So they're going to heavily influence the shift of the vote because they never vote just Democratic. So that's why I also can see why he's going to get in office. I am not
Oh,
trying to
you
be
believe he's going to win?
totally,
Totally, okay.
totally, because I also know the difference of, like I said, because some of the people that are coming that are people of color, because they're not attached to the Black American paradigm, and I'm not just saying that of culture. I'm talking about politically and historically. There's a disconnect of the consequence of what's been brewing ahead. Now, what's going to happen is that everyone is going to get a taste of what it's like to have the classification of being Black and not just ingratiating yourself in the culture.
Basically, y'all gonna know what it's like to be a nigga.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I hate to say
But do
it,
you think that this is going to backfire against them? Because this also can easily result in this allowing the collective to band together. This could be the very thing that could unite everyone as a result of everybody being a goddamn slave.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Everybody isn't. You see what I'm saying? Like there's a difference between you coming here legally and me being purchased. I'm sorry. There's a difference between you coming here illegally and me being purchased legally to be here. There's a difference between me being purchased legally, being taken care of as property, and a difference of you coming here after civil rights, after Jim Crow. So there is a detachment. There is a detachment there because other groups of people of color identify through nationality. They only pick and choose, which we, like Black Boule and academics, have done. Um, they pick and choose when they want to be Black. But if you talk to any true people from the continent of Africa, they're going to tell you, honey, I didn't know Black was a thing until I got here. I'm my country and my tribe, boo. So that's why when I say everyone isn't Black, I am not talking about Negro or genophenotype. Yes, but no, Black is exclusivity to us who were here before 1965 Immigration Acts, that means slavery if you want to say indigenous and put in there, but I don't like to put that in there from a political standpoint because we were intentionally misclassified through colors of Negroes, and we can't stand in the circle politically where the government has made Native Americans. So, yes, being black isn't just melanin. That's why the Irish was black. It's classification of status, but except ours was based off of lineage, status, and ethnicity. Very different from the government having people. The white man doesn't care that Hispanics are white. He cares if they're American. Two different things.
And that's why I was saying that. But see, even that still, because see, people ain't like the interesting thing about suffering is that when suffering happens, it causes people to transcend all nuance. This is why typically, like in tragedy, we see it have like a polarizing impact on people, like, oh, Katrina happened, or this devastation happened, etc. People come together. There's this visceral response and need to help, generally speaking. And I think that this suffering that's going to come from everybody essentially, even if white people get to experience slavery at a surface level, but just them experiencing a deprivation that is normal to black and brown people, all of that shit, I think is going to aid and abet in the end, and us all moving together, because once you start suffering, your brain stops working, IJ. You almost transcend blackness, maleness, gayness, queerness, whiteness, when suffering becomes like when the oxygen starts to leave the tank, everybody's need is just to pop the glass ceiling and to find a way to fuck out of that box. I know that Project 2025 is going to be horrendous, but one of the things that I found so fascinating about it is that it definitely is a classism issue, and to your point, it is going to be something that non-black Americans, immigrants, refugees, illegal aliens, white folk, Hispanic folk, all folk, etc. Yeah, like everybody is gonna be able to, like y'all said, they're gonna be able to get a pinch of what the fuck other groups been going through for the reasons that they've been going through it and put through this shit. And the thing that I like about white people is that, especially the white people of America, is that when the rug is gonna be pulled out, motherfuckers, like they gonna move a lot swifter toward revolution than we are, because white people just are white people, especially when white people are accustomed to a certain reality, and then that reality starts to take on a different color, a black and brown color, or whatever color they start to take on, baby. White folk get to showing their motherfucking ass and will put blood in this fucking land. And that insurrection is what showed me that. I said,
Yeah,
bitch,
I was just about to say, i.e. January
white
the 6th.
people don't give a fuck, bitch. Like, bitch, you think we going home? Oh, okay. That's what you thought.
They didn't care that there were white people behind the office. You see, there was no like, ooh, solidarity through skin color. No, idealism, tribe, national, political. These things exist in every genophenotype. It's really goofy that we're institutionalized, Black Americans, to think this way. And if even though it's in your face, how do you read about North and South Korea war and see these two Mongolian motherfuckers kill each other? How do you see Adolf Hitler and the Jays? There was no, oh my God, you're white like me and I'm in solidarity. No. Rome didn't give a fuck when they invaded Greece. Norway didn't give a fuck when they invaded Poland.
Are we here?
He on the plantation, so supervisor might have walked the fuck in. A master might have came in.
No, I was done. I was just saying, no, that was just my point. That was it. I was just saying, like, it's a thing where classism will exist in every genophenotype and every ethnicity, but it also exists based off of those different things, culture things. It isn't always a thing where it's racialized. So I think now, and I hate to say it, it's not like me gonna go out there and vote for Trump. I'm halfway, y'all might judge me. I'm gonna probably do Democrat down ballot because I have an issue with the party that has been, we're the only one as Black Americans that vote at a critical mass. And I'll be damned if I let you come up here and use my votes, my Civil Rights Act, all this time. You can specifically do all these things for these people of color. That's why I don't play that shit. I'm not a person of color. So yes, I can still show the party because it's better to show the party that has fucked me. Look, I'm gonna vote all the way up this ticket, but for your candidate, I'm saying no. There is no negotiation with the Republicans and the Red Party. To me, that would make some sense. Or, yes, it is the thing of 2025, but again, even if we don't do down ballot, the spicy white people who come from different countries are going to have already showed that they vote at a split. They lean more to the right and they choose their race as white, even if they look very ethnic otherwise, because it's not about race for them. It's about lineage and nationality. So, but we in a coalition with these people. I'm sorry, I'm about to get off of the rip.
Okay, so wait, to be clear, are you saying that you are not going to vote?
No, I'm saying I'm gonna vote, but I'm voting down ballot. Down ballot means that I'm telling the party that I do not agree with the candidate and the policy that you have from going forward.
So who does that vote actually go to, though? Like, what happens? Because I'm new to voting. I'll be voting for the first time.
No.
Life this year. I don't know
Here's
about
the thing
voting.
what people say. A vote against a party or for a party is a vote for the other side. So it's not like you're not voting. No, you're voting. You're just saying to the party that you're voting for, you don't
agree. That's what they bullshit.
Yeah. So you're still voting. Now people will not fearmonger because of 2025. People are telling, but here's the thing, I'm gonna just be real. Black Americans have always been scare tactic or expected to be the moral voter. See, we don't tell Hispanics that your ancestors crossed the border and died illegally so you can vote. We don't tell them that. We don't tell the Asian community or the Japanese in Hiroshima, your ancestors was in internment camps in order for you to vote for a particular party. We don't do that. The reason why that is told to us, because unlike people of color, we vote. Black people who are here before immigration, we're the only group of people outside of white people that vote at a critical mass, meaning overwhelming majority. So it's been 50, 60 years. Now you can see over COVID, you can see over all these years. Yes, the Hispanic community get theirs. The Asian, the hate bill came out so motherfucking quick at net break speed. But here you are, the NAACP. Here you are, the people that they're shoehorning their policies in. Here you are, not getting these very particular things promoted from the party and legislature. And you think I'm supposed to continue? So yes, I personally be like, you want me to give a fuck about your democracy, but when you come here, your business stay Haitian if you're Haitian, your business stay Chinese if you're Chinese, your business stay Nigerian if you're Nigerian. So I'm supposed to all of a sudden care that now you're about to get the call? Because Black Americans stand in solidarity with everybody politically and everyone else. So yeah, everyone else is gonna get that work, unless I would like to think, call me radical. I would like Black Americans before the election to get the revolution and understanding to act the Democratic Party and say this or this. Do for us what you do. That's why Joe Biden was able to tell you, hey, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. It was offensive, but it was factual. Because American descendant slaves are taught what? Vote blue no matter who, when you should be policy and not presidency.
IG, school them, IG, school them, baby.
I really don't have anything to add because I agree with everything he said. that is the idea of most as it pertains to black people voting. And then like another part of that is they another part of that is they depend on black people to not vote at all. So that kind of that threw me off. I lost my train of thought.
Yeah, but I agree with Rumors and T. No, we do vote more than actually a lot of out of all people of color. Let's just squash the rumor right now. We're not people of color. We're black, but since we go with this political bullshit, we shouldn't. We could talk about that another time. Um, we vote the most at a critical mass. See, it's not necessarily about always how many people are voting as to how many people are voting a certain way. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So,
Yeah, that does make sense.
so when you deal with zoning and all those different things, that's why that matters. So for us, you got NAACP out there crying for DACA and shit. Meanwhile, the very next day, ADOS, American Descendant of Slaves, the Byron Allen case that was going on with 1865, with I think it was something with, no, 1867, it was something with a media act that prevented them from kind of monopolizing because it was through like discriminatory times. NAACP wasn't out there. And so, what I also understand too is this: I'm tired of so called academics at this point, and I'm an intellectual, I'm an academic. You can't convince me that you have this information and you didn't intentionally do this for your benefit. You intentionally taught black people from America to center themselves in Africa. You intentionally got with people of color and the white gays to teach us to be disassociated from America. You intentionally made sure that they blur the lines with people of color because your proximity to whiteness. You can't tell me you look where fucking Spain was, and when you hear Hispanic, you actually thought that these people are in solidarity with you, and they come from a Spaniard conquistador culture that have an anti-Negro culture from where you're from. You couldn't be that fucking dumb.
But most people are.
No, I'm talking about the people in college. No, I'm talking about the academics.
No, I'm saying most of them. So you know that there are people that are willfully ignorant. You know that, right?
No, like the
I know who you're
politicians.
talking. I know who you're
I'm
speaking
not
about.
saying yeah, like Mark Lamont Hill. I'm talking about all these people who are your politics that are speaking. No, they're not willfully ignorant. They know exactly. They know exactly. I'm talking about the people, not the general public. That's
I
what I
know you're
mean.
not. I know you're not talking about the general public. And when I say willfully ignorant, you can say for opportunist reason, capitalism, whatever. People choose when to be in knowledge and when not to, when to share the proper and correct information and when not to.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I don't think they would. But what you say, how about, because if they didn't know better, because when you're ignorant, you don't know the information, right? But when you study, especially if you travel abroad, there's no way that you as a black American should sell the identity in academia and in politics Because see, that's the difference between us. We're the only group that is sold this identity outside of America to be here as your identity, and we're the only group identified by color. That's a thing that is not just done, yes, for the behest of white people, but it took Black Americans in the Democratic left to sell you this. And that is in willful ignorance that you choosing to sell out your people.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know what I'm saying? You can't blame Black people for saying that, okay, let's say if they don't vote. Okay, here's the thing. If they're not voting because, well, I'm not Hispanic, I'm not Latino, I'm not going to get anything specifically for me. That has more to do with your Black bully academics and politician than it does niggas not voting.
But you know what? When it comes to us voting, where we lack in the majority is our local elections. I have seen that as a commonality. I don't know if that's because there's not a lot of literature out there advertising. Because I don't know, I haven't seen it other than on a large scale when it comes to like mayor elections. And but you remember, like, when the politicians, they would have the people that would be out for the political parties campaigning and all of that. For like when I was a child, it was for every time I turned around, it seemed like it was an election going on, and it was a big thing. And I noticed when it comes to local government, it is not pushed to the general public. Like the information is not out there. I have seen several times when I've gone home to visit Jersey, they were having elections, and you'd be looking for the people. You think, it's going to be a large crowd of people and things like that, and most of the residents in that town or even in that county were unaware of these elections going on. And I think that is all strategic, because the power is definitely in local government, you know
Absolutely.
um
And they
so
hold it at times when they know that working class people aren't available to work
our
because
work, you're right, because that was on the last time I seen that, it was literally a school day.
uh-huh,
And it was kind of shocking that it was during school hours.
uh-huh,
And like people were like, it's an election, like just parents going to drop their kids off, it's an election. And
yep,
I was just kind of flabbergasted, like, this is what it's become. And I think I was a little disconnected. I haven't been out of Jersey, it ain't even been 10 years. I was just really shocked to see that. And that was like a 3-year span for different elections, though, like different offices and stuff. And I was like, wow. And you know what I mean? Like, a lot of people just don't know these things. Like, the people that stayed, like, our elders, the ones that stayed up on those type of politics and stuff, that most of them have died off, or are so, like, they're ailing where they can't keep up to date with what's going on. So I just, man, I be seeing all of the tactics that have been used. Man, this country is wicked, man. Like, it is
yeah,
really wicked.
yeah, and and that's the thing too. Like, I kind of like know that, like I see where it's gonna be headed, but it's kind of like I feel as if too, and like you said about what happened at the Capitol on January 6th. One thing I'm also banking on too, right? Because this is class based and everything too. I don't really think that all of white America is going to want to sign up for 2025 because of infringing on the rights, infringing on the Constitution. And but here's the thing: what I also do kind of see too with the class thing, it's like because of politics and being in following things by lineage, everything is inflating, not just because of Coronation 19. It's that the people that are making the decisions are living off of lineage and not income. Lineage matters because it's the transference of those things. So the people that are making these decisions are the people that are going with this, it's alarming because you're gonna deal with a lot of top 30-40% of white people based off of lineage of what's inherited, how they're making this decision, and how they've always did it with politics. Because you got to look, a working class person is not going to be able to make that 1 or 2 o'clock. But however, for a stay home mom, a person who have inherited land, property, house, yeah, they got time. They're not working for day to day in for bills. They're living off of lineage, and that's
Let me.
yeah.
I want to ask you. So, were you saying that you believe that? No, you wasn't saying that you think 45 is coming into office again. That's
No,
not
I
what you
kind
were.
of do. No, I kind of do.
Okay, so all right. So if that be the case, right? I think Conscious had brought that up yesterday. The scenario of the possibility of this project ultimately being something that will be indirectly favorable, or not even indirectly, but it just may be favorable for us
Right.
in the long term, right? I guess overall. Do you think that it can go both ways, in a sense, like we can regain ownership, creativity in our own, creating our own businesses and things of that nature, getting back to the basics of us having our own versus just depending on government to give us what we know they don't want to give us anyway and probably never will.
Well, here's the thing, right? I don't believe that we should see the whole when we build our own. The reason why we don't have transfers of lineage and wealth is because of the United States government sanctioned, right? That's domestic terrorism that was allowed with us through redlining and all the sharecropping and all those things too. So
Mm-hmm.
everyone in America, and that's the thing that they program us with, the black boulet and celebrityism, which is a con. With blacks, because you got to look at it. I'm gonna just say this and get to my point. No other person of color, you don't see presidential candidates in offices going to fucking celebrities of the Hispanic or the Mexican or the Cuban community or any parts of the white. The politicians are not going to Charlemagne the fucking God or their version of Charlemagne the God. So that's where you kind of have to see where we're fucked up. But to my points, to go back into what with that, um, could we do both? Well, here's the thing: nobody comes to this country for government not to interfere. No one immigrates to any country because they're not looking for the specificity of such government. So I think for us, no, if you want me to be honest, it will take reparations. That's why I fight with ADOS and stuff like that, because we're not it's it's not dealing with diaspora. It's dealing with us, particularly in America. You can't, there's no catching up. Do you think when we slow down, white people stop moving? No. That's the thing, too. So, in order to do that, we know it can be done because we see that if you can support the undocumented people that come here and shelter them, it's not that you can't do it. So, I think because we have so many people that are in politics and we have been poison from the left, liberal Zionist people for who they are really are, have played in our faces. So no, without, because it took government intervention to put you in us in this position. So it's going to take the government intervention to get us out. Because you're in America, there is no way that you're going to function at any level. I don't give a damn if it is small business or entrepreneurship. You can't unavoid that. So I'm saying for us, no, that's just, you can do things on a personal level, but again, that's not a system thing. That's not going to move the needle. That's not going to change data. That's not going to change politics in that aspect. So no, we need the government, not because we're inadequate. No, the government needed us for slaves and etc. So now it's not a thing that it's a handout, it's a debt. So they haven't paid the debt. So until America pays the debt to American descendant of slaves, not the
But that's
diaspora.
what Anya just said. It's not going to be paid. It's not going to happen.
Here's the thing. Then why? Here, I will say this then to you. Then don't vote. If you're not going to be willing to politically fight like Dr. King was going to do before they put a bullet in his head, then what are we talking about? If you're going to say that voting counts, then what the problem is that we have not had no one like Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore who's willing to go through everything, because this language is very specific. There's a reason why you don't hear this type of language. So yes, no, I'm saying we do have to vote. But the problem is that we have to deal with the party in within, because everyone has look. Pay attention to the reports. Look at everybody who went to the Supreme Court for reparations. It was all wrong. It was all wrong.
IG. But if the purpose of this project is to um end and do away with government, right?
Yeah.
And ultimately, if that is what is to come and is successful, then aren't we ultimately put in a position to then, because it's no longer government that is
Mm-hmm.
that is governing us, right?
We ain't gonna have no choice.
No, you ain't gonna have no choice.
So
But yeah.
so I get, that's what my question is, because I'm going to assume if that would be the case, right? And let's say, there's a rebellion, or uprising,
Mm-hmm.
or
Mm-hmm.
whatever. I'm going to assume that if government is placed back in a position of power, it will be a new government, and we will still, like most every other culture, ethnicity, whatever, every other race, they still they like the Uwish people, right? The Uwish people,
Mm-hmm.
they
Mm-hmm.
still fall under this government, but they have their own. They
They
have
have
their own
sovereignty.
laws.
They have sovereignty.
And then even with the Indonesian people of this land,
Right.
aka the Native Americans, they too, I mean, I can say within each, almost demographic or race, like they have their own, and they're still governed under this government. And we're the only that don't. We're governed under this government, but we don't have our own.
Well, here's the thing. Everyone else, here's the thing. When you say own, because not everyone has sovereignty. Amish people, Native Americans, that's different. No, everyone here in America, and especially if it's off of class, no, they have what they have at behest to the government regulations. That's what they have. What's going to change, because this is going to change everything, even in that aspect, right? So, well, I get what you're saying, but here's the thing: the people who have what they have, they don't necessarily have it, because once that comes into place, guess what? There is no more regulations in how you trade, Holly. There will be, based off of how they feel. There is no regulations on how you consider what is monopoly. You're talking about that type of shift, right? So there is the people that appear to be okay, I'm saying to you, are not okay unless they're at a certain higher percent of influence. So it's not going to be a thing where, yes, they're going to survive longer, probably, when it comes to things like not being starved out, not being evicted out, and that aspect. Yes, they'll have probably more time because of the available resources to them over what we have. But depends on how they move the needle when they go through with that. That's going to change too. So how we're going to supposed to move now, I would say preparation for the worst, preparation to live tribal, meaning that family.
Hmm. Living off the land. Yeah, I was saying that
Well,
the other
yeah,
day.
yeah, but not even just tribal living off the land. Before it goes to shit creek, reduce your livelihood expenses. Get to a
Hmm.
point where you can say, I already do it, so I kind of already don't, get to a point where you're going to want to have to be around other people that are your friends and family that are going to be because the economics are going to get crazy. The housing market, the rental market, all that shit is going to be crazy, but it's
Right.
always
Back
going
to the
up.
basics of the basics of humanity. Back to the
Yep.
basics of how it was always intended. Yeah.
Yep.
We've been saying that for a while. And it's
Yep.
the irony is
Mm-hmm.
that I mean, saying all of that in depth is what I mean though about I just see that if this is what is to be,
Mm-hmm.
right, then we're left with no choice but to go back to those things. We will have no choice or we will
Mm-hmm.
not survive. That's the only way to survive. So if we have to go through those things and now we've readapted,
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like at that point, because I do believe that it will be an uprising, because we know that none of these other nationalities, none of these other people are going to want it to be even included, compared, or on the level. I think it was Conscious saying earlier about how these people, they become basically unhinged, something in, and it makes them, that unhinged sends them into a drive, like their privilege will cause a rebellion within them that we can utilize. I think that's what Conscious was trying to go, that we can utilize for our
Yes.
benefit.
Yeah.
And so I'm saying, like, it may be because I'm looking at it like, if it has to be this way, it can't, there could be no other purpose,
Yep.
because there is the reality is, even though I don't know if Biden is still up, but the reality is that it's neck to neck. We don't know which way the wind is going to actually blow, in which direction is going to, the coin is going to land on.
Right.
But what
And
we
I'll
do
say
know, there are a lot of, now, if the ones that are sleeping that's under the spell, Saturday was a prime example. If all that was what they say is true, is a prime example of, you're going to have some of them from the right side. They're going to become unhinged. They're going to fight if they wake up and see what's actually happening and how it's
mm-hmm.
going to affect them. It is not a color or a gender or a sexual thing. It has nothing to do with sexual orientation. This is classism. And I think that that gives us a stand and fight. But if it's destined for it to be this way, I have to believe that the purpose is for us to get back to the basics and have the opportunity to actually create our own. But as Conscious said so eloquent, I don't know if you heard it yesterday, so eloquently, it's we've always been able to create our own. We
Right.
haven't been able to maintain and hold on to our own. So I think it's time for us to make the corrections that our forefathers before us did not apply. We have to set ourselves up where we're willing, just as the same lunacy, if you want to call it that, the same fight and
Agree.
determination they have to hold on to theirs, we have to be like-minded.
We have to be willing to die for it. But here's the thing, though. When you look at Rosewood and all those different things, like, it's that's government sake. Like, okay, what are you going to do when you build your own and they use drone strikes? What are you going to do if you build your own and
Now,
there is?
ain't IG echoing everything? I was just
Mm-hmm,
saying too on
mm-hmm.
that. I'm like, we
Yeah.
can create it, but what are we gonna do to protect it?
What are you going to do? And I would say, now here's the thing, we're getting outside of just, yeah, of course, physical, armory, but spiritually, I would be saying, okay, what forms of all forms of spirituality and science can I inform myself with to be innovative, to create something new or different? So I would also go that route. What also are the tools based off what has I have had to use along the way to go ahead and create something more innovative, to do something supernatural and natural at the same time.
Well, see,
So,
I think that that has been one of our, like, I'm glad you went to that, because they have their own, that they go pray to, worship to, sacrifice to, and all of that. And I do believe that, because this is ultimately, to me, this is spiritual warfare,
mhm,
right? I think that we definitely have to get back. That's why I keep saying the basics. I'm not going into details of all the basics, but I think that that plays a large role. I think that has helped us in a lot of the endeavors and a lot of our overcoming. However, I just feel like the opportunity is there, and it's so much I be wanting to say sometimes, but when it come to these type of topics, I don't be wanting to say a lot. I don't know why. I be feeling like they be listening and be taking notes. But honestly, I think it's a combination of everything. But most importantly, you have to be willing to die,
Yeah. The
and
Van Cardin said you gotta be
and
willing to
we
take a
have to
bullet for it.
learn. We huh?
Yeah, you gotta be willing to take a bullet. Like, see, like for me, like the way that I talk, like I have this conversation, I talk to other employees. I talk because for me, I'm willing to die. I'm willing to literally in a sense of what I believe in, because it doesn't mean I'm anti everyone else. But yes, finally, we talk about the spirit of our ancestors here in America. I feel the spirit of my ancestors when I fight for us particularly. That don't mean we're not for everybody else, but we can't pretend like where everybody else come here, then they don't fight for you. Then what are you supposed to do? So when I
But
say ancestors, when we're fighting in a sense politically for this thing, yes, spiritually for us. And I'm not trying to say, yes, I'm not saying we can't be allyship. We need allies with everybody else
'cause I
as
was
Black
gonna ask y'all,
Americans.
do y'all think we need allyship? I sure was
Yeah,
gonna
yeah,
ask you
no,
that.
yes, of course we need. Yes, I'm saying of course we need allyship, but we also have to be able to have a clearness too. Everyone will get in a tizzy with us when we say specifically who we are. We don't do that with the Caribbean Fest and Labor Day in New York. We don't do that with Cinco de Mayo and say, "How come you didn't involve people of color?" No, 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 no. It's only a thing when we say, "Hold on, partner. You have a disaggregation for you to be here as a Haitian American. How come there's nothing for me?" And that's nothing you address the Haitian with, but I'm saying that is something different that once we need to do that for us. So that's why, yeah, we need allies, but you got to also be able to say, hey, look, just like they get offended if you said, look, I'm Jamaican, I'm not Haitian. Look, I'm Black American, I'm ADOS, I'm not a person of color. We're not the
I,
same. You know what I'm saying? You might say, and I arguably, say, yeah, I don't call Africans black because they don't consider themselves black. They only do that to when they come here. They're Nigerian. So I don't, because I'm they're not, nobody identifies. That's again, we were intentionally institutionalized, taught that. Nobody else is taught like that.
right.
And it was perpetuated. It's kind of like what we say about generational curses, right? Well, yes, you're a black boule, highly educated, well paid, well groomed, well dressed people intentionally. That's what I was saying earlier. No, there is no ignorance in this. You see what I'm saying? To promote it in your face because they understand that we're so simple, how we've been taught to be simple, is that representation is everything, while everyone else has intentionality. The Mexicans were upset. They didn't give a fuck that Jennifer Lopez had the same Spaniard conquistador oppressor as them. They didn't give a fuck. The
Oh,
bitch
what when
was
she
not.
played Selena?
Yes, the bit in their mind they said this bitch is Puerto Rican. So if we can give honor and respect to that, I think that's the difference. So for us, we as Black Americans, that's going to be a theme for us.
So
That's
so do
specific.
you so do you feel like Dr. King's vision? I know it wasn't his alone, but do you feel like his vision was not in the best interest for us?
Now, not every single person that's in that position, right? Because that's different. You have a difference between the time of Dr. King, which, yes, I will say the influence, because remember, what is respectability politics and rooted in? The people who are setting the standard for you to behave treat you savagely and inhumanely, which you do to your family, right? So I'm not saying for Dr. King, the idealism coming from perhaps the pastor that's educated, and you can be the face to calm the Negroes down in the way, and that's why we allow you. The reason when he started talking and he realized that he had fucked up, and when he had declared what he had declared, I forgot that day, what talking about going to Congress, talking about then when I am talking about with immigration, and here's the thing, baby, he was talking about them Homestead Acts. So it's a cop out. White people are the most beneficial people in America from the government. Don't believe that con. That's exactly how they got everything.
Did you say in America or did you say on Earth?
No, in America. In America.
Oh,
No,
the
in
planet
America.
Earth, if you
Yeah,
ask
well, you
me.
could say Earth if you want, but I'm just saying in America, yeah. So when Dr. King, yes, his intentions might have been well from the positionality of perhaps maybe being Black Boule. I'm not trying. It is what it is. If you see, it's a track record. It ain't just Dr. King. It's a thing that be that they know that you're intentionally taught. Okay, look, don't get these Negroes to focus on nothing specifically in an aspect like that. Because see, during that time, it would have been more powerful because we didn't have the mass immigration after 1965. They were just starting to come in after 1965 when he was assassinated. So you see, it that would have been more effective. That would have been more okay. The 40 acres and the mule. Which, if you had that with your old, your positionality would still be in jeopardy, but it wouldn't be to the effect when they say when America gets the cold, we get pneumonia. That would be the difference.
Gotcha. It's always riveting talking to you, IG.
Yeah, I always appreciate y'all, and I was so mad, I was so busy, I couldn't get in on the 2025. So yeah, I do agree that part of me is kind of like, well, okay, especially having the political education. Yeah, I'm radical. I would love for everybody to get on ADOS because we do have a black agenda. We do talk about all those other things. There are black immigrants who were to the right of the decimal who was in this country fighting with us. And I'm going to say this too. Fighting in solidarity is not fighting for sameness. When the apartheid was happening in South Africa, that was them fighting for them. When the Haitians had their revolution, that was Haitian. They weren't thinking about diaspora. They weren't thinking about we are all African. No. So can it be inspiring? Yes. But fighting simultaneously doesn't mean you're fighting solidarity.
Say that
Fighting
again.
fighting simultaneously doesn't mean that you're fighting in solidarity.
Right. I think that's the main thing. Can't harping on that enough. That finding the commonality.
Mhm. Mhm.
Because it seems like we're intentionally divided. Like it's really strange that people are so stubborn to only want to do things their way, one way, and are not open minded to other possibilities and options. We have a plethora of options that can be
My
effective.
my bad. Yes. Excuse me. Let me mute that.
You know, you good. Several options. And I don't know how anybody else feels. It be those things when cause since we started talking about Project 25 like last week or so, I've been tiptoeing. It's been coming up in the algorithm. I've been tiptoeing, listening on Instagram and things, right? And I just see the division, like, and it's kind of scary to me.
Black people are mad, and here's the terrible thing, because see, unfortunately, uh, the voices of ADOS and people who actually does political was muted and snuffed out and everything. Now people with the Kendrick Lamar and Drake thing, right? That they not like us. I'm glad that it's bringing the conversation to ADOS Americans and Black Americans, but at the same time, the timing, there's see, people who are having this realization, what happens when people become awakened to something like that, it's either rage, right? It can either be depression. But here's the thing, now you have a group of people who are influenced by hip hop and music. So Trump, remember now, a lot of these people who are talking about Trump now took niggas, they idolized him. They put he was referenced as money in their songs in ways. So now you have people now take it to the bottom of the aspiration, because that's how they know they can sell us. Boy, they can put a brand ambassador in front of us and know that would tickle our aspirations to buy in what the fuck they selling us. So now you have the person who might have never voted before, who are gonna say, I'm gonna go vote for Trump, because as a black person, I am so angry at this government, because I can see what they're doing in New York for these illegals. I can see what they're doing in Chicago for these illegals. So that's where, for me, I'm kind of like, I don't have to like it to see, but you have your Democratic Party to thank for that. This has absolute the split, the anger you see. This has absolutely nothing to do with the Republican Party. Nope. Sorry. Everything that you see with the divide has everything to do with the behaviors of the Democratic so-called liberal party. That's why you're seeing the split. That's why you're seeing the rage.
I understand that, but the commonality. So for me, the commonality of what's like I was saying, the two of the lesser evils, because that's the situation that we're dealing with. Um,
I think
and
so, but I'm sorry. One more thing. But see, if the left gets in, here's what's going to happen. You might have more. Will be saved democracy, but for Black Americans, it's going to be worse for us either way, because you're going to get imported out. You're going to be considered as a captured vote. So yes, people of color, it's going to be great for them. There's going to be some intersections for LGBTQ, perhaps, maybe, but for Black America, you're still going to have a 2025 experience. So maybe I'm a little bit dark, because for me, I see the 2025 experience. Even if Biden gets in the office, it's going to be a 2025 experience. And at this point, how Black people have voted for the best interest of everyone else, I'm tired of my house burning down. If you don't care to put my house out, I am not going to continue to vote or care that yours is about to burn down.
now, you know what? Like I said yesterday, voting is not the only way to attack the symptom. Well, not the symptom, but the infection. We know what the symptoms are. I think that we need to utilize all our tactics, all of them. I
Uh,
mean, I can't say nothing else behind it.
yeah, I
But
mean, sorry.
and I was about to say, I know Conscious is saying he's gonna vote for the first time.
Yeah, and that's beautiful. I think that's good. Like, I'm not trying to, because I don't want to discourage people. Do what what you feel, but just keep in mind policy. It's one of those things. I am not a fan of Trump or Biden, but when I looked at certain things, yes, that he cut for programs, there were other things he didn't hear the language. It was for the betterment of American policy, meaning this: American citizens, not illegals. There were certain things with Trump being in office, for me as a Black American, I'm not talking about people of color, for me as a Black American, was better for me in workforce, was better for me in programs. Because even though they're not redressing the issue, okay, I don't have to compete for the lesser things based off of the class and race thing of the people that you have coming in are whites. They just speak Spanish, but they're white. So you're it's a thing where I kind of see like policy. So you don't have to vote party to do policy. So I stress that for people when you're voting, even if you're going to vote for the first time. Pay attention down to the state level and the federal level. What does this means in actualize in policy base of how you feel about the candidate or the
Mm-hmm.
party for that matter. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, and you're gonna see a lot of black cis hetero men are gonna vote for Trump. Like I'm just telling you, they gonna vote for Trump, girl. They gonna go out there. And then think about the ones. Here's the gag, the whole manosphere. Well, yeah, you know what I'm saying. I'm mad and all this liberal leftist shit. Yeah, man, conservatives. Yeah, women being in a place. These niggas is gonna eat it up.
Somebody else said that yesterday.
They're going to eat it up. They're going to eat that
They
up.
ain't gonna be eating shit up because Project 2025 is gonna involve them. Is gonna involve their black asses not being able to eat at all.
Exactly, but exactly. That's
They gonna be too damn hungry to be eating it up.
the gay thing. But the vitriol behind it, conscious, honey, they are eating it up. They're thinking they're going to do a big one. They think that, and that's the thing when people say get. And I'm not saying nothing against, but the whole get your own thing. That's it sounds good, and if you're fortunate, but to the right of like conscious. I love my brother, but he is not the overwhelming. There are tens of thousands upon thousands of white gay men or white men age demographic that functions at the level conscious does financially. The difference is even with that comes with how you lobby, how you do these things with these politicians, how you pay for all these different things. So I know that at the end of the day, you can't the anomalies, the exceptions of the rule, it can't obviously move the needle. We have Beyonce. We represent all these fucking athletes and entertainers, right? But you see that the overwhelming majority of Black Americans, who are the exception to the beautiful spirit of conscious, who I'm glad who has favor, that's how I'm connected to him because of his exceptionalism, right? You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like you're going to have to do things at a critical mass. Like you see that is done at a critical mass all the time when the United States has done something to a specific group, or when they just want to import people who come here illegally after dragging your ass here illegally in chains. I mean, it can be done faster than this. It's the problem of the people who are speaking for you, who have not been speaking for you, masquerading people of color in front of your face. So yeah, that rage, again, I share it, but not to the point of delusion because I have that political education and I have that divine feminine. But I hear these conversations from these cis hetero black men. They think that they're going to do it by working hard. Working hard is one part of it, but there's other things that are barriers in the place that had everything to do with policy. And it doesn't matter how much you work hard, that has more to do with politics than what you think.
Sam had asked what Trump policies benefited black people.
I say immigration, the border. That's my number one, especially being in a place like Texas, like living in San Antonio, even that's being right there by Mexico. Still, being that harder on immigrants because see, here's the thing for us, like working class people, the jobs I got out here in Atlanta, baby, these ain't these jobs. They're not giving this to Black Americans. This is just in Atlanta, especially the type of posts I do in security. If you go where there's more people of color, you're even for the jobs that are entry level, you're being replaced, and they don't have to put your black ass in there. Even for the people who come here illegally and get the things from the state, who get the things federally, yes, that helps me as the not as the person at the bottom now, as a Black American. That helps my positionality tremendously. So he didn't do that for Black people. It benefited. When you look at the things that what some of the people on the left, there's some good things for LGBTQ, but everything is people of color.
Yeah,
And
but
and detrimental and to the detriment often to you as a Black American. So that's where but again, these men are not going to even, they're going to look at that very simply. There's a fine tooth comb through that. But how they're going to look at it, okay, my grandma and all these niggas have been voting blue and they just never done nothing for them. And since I have the aspirationism of hip hop and entertainment and all these other things, I'm going to think that I'm going to move like a Republican or conservative, because you have to have something to conserve to be a conservative, but neither here or there. That's what the energy these jokers is giving. And then these immigrants who come here too, now keep in mind, they're not, there are some people who are here legally who don't want these people here, legal people who are first, second, third generation. They gonna vote for Trump too, because they see, they're more concerned about appeasing to that party. People who come to this country want to be American, and the people who are mostly from the right side, who are in the Hispanic vote, that's the party they go with.
But you know what, IG, I can honestly say, and maybe it's just the spaces I'm in, I don't see that. I'm gonna tell you, and I'm
Good.
so happy
Good.
that Project 25 have these Negroes spooked. Of all social standing, that's as far as our, our own, the skin folk, they are spooked. I don't see too many really out here that, even though they don't like the option that we have. I mean, the general consistency everywhere.
Uh-huh.
The general consistency is this Negro. Well, he ain't no Negro, but this old cracker could legitimately like be on hospice. This is the general consistence.
Uh-huh.
Like, so I don't know if that is going to be the reality that 45 is going to get into office. Um, I do think that there is a part of me that feels like it is more of a divine thing. And I know people will struggle with that, but purposely for, for our betterment in the long term. Um, like I was saying yesterday, just reminds me, biblically, just it has to all come crashing down in order for us to build it back up, but better and stronger, and just be wise and learn from our mistakes. Um, because if we've had all these many topics, but the one commonality that draws it all together and bring it back home is the fact that this has been something that has been plotted, it has been implemented, and it has been ultimately to cause injury, to keep us all stunned. And it ain't, I mean, I know we're at the bottom of the totem pole, and when it comes to humanity from pretty much the world. However, like, I just feel like this is all a part of God's plan. And I'm just, I don't know. I'm you ever been so antsy for something to be over with?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm
Uh-huh.
kind of like just ready for whatever. Just rip the band-aid off already.
Yeah,
That's how I feel.
it's it's kind of like she said, I'm nervous and I'm trembling.
Come on,
Like that,
Betty.
you know what I'm saying? It's that type of, like, yeah, like for me, because it is kind of like a anxiousness. Like, honestly, it's curiosity. But you know what I feel, and I have this thought too. We are the people that survive this government when the Constitution only protected white people as citizenships. So even to your point, Rumors and T, you know, if that is the blood that flows through our veins, then I'm not at luxury to jump ship. And for me that would be an insult. My ancestors, now that is something my ancestors did fight and die for. That is that the right to exist in this land. That is actually what they actually fought and died for. And I'll be damned. So you have to be willing to be a motherfucking G and go out for it. If not, you're gonna just be running and running. Or I guess it's better to run and stay alive, but then okay, hopefully you go somewhere where there isn't race, but even then, now what? You got to deal with culture and nationality. So, mm, I, I'm like, hey, if this is what it's gonna be, let's get you stock up on your ammunition. Uh, get yourself ready. Get strapped up. Get strapped in. Cause but also build community. Also build those type of trust, those bonds deeper, because that's something we they talked about even too. Adol's foundation before she went on. Yeah, that's something that you need because economically it makes sense too. It's a thing that makes sense, but we got our people focused through aspirationalism, and that's the part for me that makes me feel so pessimistic because I know how aspirational Negroes are, and
But
it, yeah.
I like what you said. Not to cut you off. I like what you said earlier about how you're choosing to vote, right? And you were saying that we need to make them not bring something to the table, but actually make them make a deposit somewhere, like something that they cannot renege on. Like there has to be something, some commodity. I don't want no promises, no nothing. We definitely need to, as a whole, we definitely need to make them come and sit at the table and have a conversation. Not, and you know what I mean, like put the hammer of Thor down. Like this, you want
Yeah.
our vote?
Not no
Because
fucking podcast. Not no
yeah,
fucking no.
like a legitimate but the problem is that again it goes back to us not being united. Who can go, and I'm not talking about one individual, but who can we go, what leaders do we have that we can go and trust 100% that's going to have us as a collective have our main interests,
So
and
funny.
that's going to stand 10 toes down. We don't.
I don't think that, and I don't think there's going to be because
No.
I think that the leadership has to come from us. I think that whatever our liberation is has to be self-funded, self-fought, self-motivated. And if we got to fly out to DC, sit in front of people's courthouses and offices and pitch tents and roads and shut shit down until one of them motherfuckers decide to talk to one of our asses out here in front of this motherfucking building to get some shit straight, then that's what it's going to have to be. I think it's going to really take it's going to take just a literal, unapologetic, butt naked, ugly ass aggression. It's going to take a level of commitment that is just butt bone naked. And I think that there ain't going to be no conventional leadership. I think the age of Aquarius is largely responsible for why that's not going to happen again. I think it's the way that it is because this is the way that it's supposed to be, and this is a part of the design. And I think in the long run, it's better for us to not look to people. I think the universe is growing us up and inspiring the leader in each of us to stand on business and to stand on sacrifice and to take up our mantle and to pick up our cross and to pick up our burden and to assert ourselves into the change that we want to see in the universe. There ain't gonna be another leader. The leader is gonna be in each and every last single one of us. And the beautiful thing about this age is you ain't gotta be a politician to rock the boat. You ain't gotta be famous. We have a whole entertainer that's running for president for the second time around. That lets us know how wide open the gates are. So there don't need to be any conventional leadership anymore. Literally, everyday people can make profound change now if the level of commitment and the utilization of the resources are there.
But that's that big if too, yeah, conscious. That's the if that if is a it's such an institutionalized if. Because see, Donald Trump, yeah, though he might be a celebrity, honey, he is Donald Trump. Lineage, big dollars, wealth. Lobby is connected. You, you know what I'm saying? So the everyday person can't compete to that. You know what I'm
Yes, you
saying?
can
But
because
we
a
can
person.
because of our
No, no, I'm saying Donald Trump is where he's at, not because of it's accessible. No, he has access because he has plugs. He has
I'm
access.
saying, I'm
Yeah.
saying accessible in terms of we have spending power, we have political power, like Rumors and T were saying. There are very objective ways in which we contribute to this system and definitely contribute to the white man's system. And everyday people feed into that system. And that's why I was talking about like the intentionality. It's like, yeah, everybody can't be like, can't none of us be presidents, but we can grab the system by the balls because it feeds off us. It depends on us. Its economy depends on us. Its pharmaceutical depend on us. Its criminal justice system depends upon us. It's, you know, like the entire market is standing on our shoulders. And if we can get smart and we can get intentional and we can get proactive and we can get emboldened and we can stop crying and whining and take more interest in being action oriented, then we can start utilizing or controlling the pillars to the table that are us. And you know what's so beautiful about this weekend is that if all else fails, the everyday person popped Donald Trump ass in the side of his goddamn head. You know, if it's because see, it's also like there is a power, but there's also a part of this power that is illusionary, and that's what this weekend proved to us is that while this thing is big, bad, and this puffing steam and all of this, that it also can be brought down by just literal anybody on an Uber ride who's on the way. Anybody in a ride share that's just on the way, baby. Like this man just shimmied up a damn wall and just popped the system right in his fucking side of the face and literally has no criminal history, no mental health issues, no social media presence. I'm talking about literally the universe, like literally, like I think it's so interesting in a way that like literally the universe literally pulled a nobody into the group chat and literally showed us how fragile and how tangible and how penetrative the system is. And you don't have to be some megalithic individual. You don't have to be that. You can literally be just a person and literally shake the table in a way. And had Donald Trump got fatally popped, it really would have been wild to see the way like literally history was about to change again right before our eyes, and not because of some trained assassin and not because of somebody from the inside and not even from somebody who identifies as a revolutionary, but literally an ordinary person, a 20-year-old ordinary person just went in and pop goes the weasel. I think that we should be inspired by that vulnerability. I think that we should be motivated by
Absolutely.
that and remind ourselves that the reason why media has to be involved as well, and all of the images have to be involved as well, and they have to play into the optics, is because they are protecting the part of the system that's completely illusionary. They don't want us to see how vulnerable the system is, so they still have to psychologically go to war with us in order to make it appear more powerful than what it is. But it's got the wing density of a honeybee.
Right.
While that sting is powerful, the wings are completely subjected to the slightest scratch, slit, and kaboom, kaboom, boom, 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 man down. But I think the leadership era is over in terms of individualistic. I think that the ancestors are calling literal for the collective. We
right.
The people have always did it. The people have done it, and I think that. I mean, I feel that we ultimately the war is ours. They've won a lot of battles, but I do believe that the war is ours. I also know how our people are, and I feel like it's only going to be in the desperate hour in which all this pressure applied is going to bring us to a boil. But as long as we think we can eat comfortably from master's table, we will, and that's going to be what slows down what needs to be done that could expedite our future. Is that you have a lot of Black people who have found their little nook, and they just want better treatment from the system, not necessarily change or reform or a demolition of the system. They just want better treatment from massa.
Precisely why we are in these positions, particularly Black people. That's precisely why. The proximity to whiteness.
Philip says that Jason Lee has been on their necks for a while for his community. Ask him for some pointers on how you can rally support for the changes you need to make for your communities. Have you been following up? Because I forgot that Jason Lee's running for something. He's actually running for a political position somewhere. I think he's in Detroit or Chicago or something. Have any of y'all been following that? No?
Nope.
No?
Jason Lee?
Yeah.
The podcast, the Same Gender Loving guy, right?
Yes. Hollywood Unlocked.
Oh, he's voting for oh, really?
Mm-hmm. And apparently he's been giving them. He's been running circles. Okay, for California.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I could definitely see that.
Have you thought about getting into politics yourself, IG?
To a certain degree, I'm a lot of I'm a very kind of grassroots kind of guy. Because that's where for me it does. But I as to the extent that I am part of the ADOS organization, it's a C4. Matter of fact, they have a conference in New Orleans, October 2nd through the 9th. I'll definitely be out there, and
okay.
I've thought about it, but it's not like 100% like certain. I believe in spreading the information, grassroots, getting more involved in the community center, because that's where I can see where it's failed, especially for Black communities, when you don't have anything that represents, and I don't mean just melanin, specifically adhering to something institutionally specifically done to you, not people of color, not just that. I think that's where we need to concentrate, because once we get a lot of those people to have that realization, you know, there's something to be interested to be voted for. Saying that someone died, your ancestors died, they said, well, they also died for me not to live how I'm living now. So if this is what, and I hate to say it, that sounds ungrateful, but that's how these younger cats being in certain predicaments are going to feel. And that's why I want that grassroots. So right now, my heart is in the grassroots. It's with discussions with co-workers. It's with giving them information, because I want this to happen at critical mass. And and I agree with you. Like, it takes somebody to be a leadership. It takes every one of us. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm passing this information not for you to idolize or worship me. No, I want you to have a light bulb go off in your fucking head. I want you to feel some type of way. So that way, that feeling, you'll go and change something. You'll go and change somebody else's life. You'll spread information to make it palatable to where, okay, this is how this has been viewed to me. So right now I'm doing politics, but it's all grassroots.
Anya, have you ever thought, because I know that you are speaking about leadership and stuff. I mean, like, have you ever thought about?
No, I have. I definitely would never consider it. I was engaged in, like, I worked for someone that was in politics, and the backdooring and all of that. Yeah, it just. I'm just the type of person that, if I can be honest, I'm not too keen. Like, I'm not against voting, but I'm not necessarily for voting. I don't like, because I understand one thing and one thing only. Like, I don't like when people make promises and they don't keep them. And I've learned that none of these politicians are ever going to keep their promises, because when they come into office, there's already things in motion and they're just like a figurehead. So I personally, my love for people would never allow me to put myself in a position where I'm going to be a puppet, and I'm going to disappoint people making promises. Because I do think that there are a lot of politicians, when they start out, they're very earnest about what they plan on doing. And I'm speaking in local government, not people that have generations, and they, like, just fall into it because this is something inheritedly or whatever. But politics ain't for me. It's just not. I feel like it's a demonic thing, because I just don't think that there should be a group of people that speaks for the majority.
I think that only should be the case is if the constitutional allowed us to be literal about the people doing that being subjected to us versus us being subjected to them. Like, if we were the people really appointing and controlling and having the power to dismantle and undo government if we don't like it, that I can appreciate the formation of government. But because regardless of the Constitution now, it's become them having power over us when it was supposed to be the other way around, to be honest.
And I'm going to tell you something. I feel like I've always felt this way. I feel like the Republicans really don't want Trump as their leader. Like I said, he's because he's unpredictable, he's unhinged. But I just think the audacity, like, he wants to be the only one in charge. Period, point blank. He doesn't want to have to answer to anyone else, whatever. And I just think, like, you guys should now really know how we feel, the American people as a whole. You should definitely see how we feel, because it's the danger of having that's how it just feels for me. Just someone having control over me. You can dictate what's best for me. And like you were saying, like, when I'm really the one that you guys want to pretend has the power, and I don't have the power, that's abusive to me. I feel abused.
And then they wonder why people become delusional bitches. You in a position to where you have to constantly tell yourself that this is the choice. And then it's the game what I like what they play too, and they do this shit where they be like, well, these were your choices among not being able to choose. What are your choices? And that's a theme in spell work with a lot of laws and how they're implemented. Oh, everyone has a choice as to what your life exactly is like to a certain degree. But when you determine what are the choices of the choices, what choice did I really even have in the first place?
Yeah. And that's where you have the naysayers. That's how the naysayers are created. Like, I don't know. But I love you, gentlemen. It's almost 4.5 hours.
Yeah, I'm about to get out the plantation in about 26 minutes.
Are y'all going to be the RNC? Did either one of y'all see the RNC tonight? I mean,
no, I was actually playing. I don't know how. Oh, yes, I do. I was not able to watch the live of T on Top of T, so I was watching the playback. And you guys, I cannot tell you something, Conscious. I wasn't that thrilled the first episode. I don't know why. It was okay tonight or last night. Oh my God. I said maybe I was just in my feelings or something. I don't even know why. Maybe I was in like a mood or something, because you guys gel really well together.
You think so?
I do. I just love, like, okay, I haven't finished it. I think the last thing you guys were talking, whatever. I haven't finished it all the way through, but it was really IG. It was good. Like, everybody was like on basically the same page as far as commentary. Conscious had, educated them a little bit on some things, whatever. But it was like everybody was in agreement. I'm interested in watching you guys effectively disagree. Like, because everybody was just
I feel like we do a good job at that too, because not everybody do be agreeing. Like,
it don't even be feeling like that though, Conscious.
Like, that's how good we disagree.
Yeah.
That you forget a person is even disagreeing with another panelist. Like,
yeah, because it didn't feel like, okay, how do I explain this? It wasn't like you said, an echo chamber. Everybody had their own individuality. Everybody brought things in, information that, like, what's his name? What's the guy name again? I don't want to mess his name up.
Royce Reeds.
Royce. When he was like, he asked something that nobody even thought. Everybody brought something and contributed something that was like a little adage to it was still a part of the topic, but it was a little adage, and so it was just really, really good. Like, I'm looking forward to seeing more. Honestly, I was like, okay, I know you guys got to start off slow build up and everything, right? But I was like, damn, they need to do 2 nights a week because it was really that good.
Yes, everybody getting new to everybody audience. Since everybody, since the panel rotated, it's like a new audience. And I think, and then we've all never been together, so it's also like, everybody like everybody keep it cute, but I can't wait until like everybody is like fully.
No, Royce is unloading.
Yeah, like everybody fully comfortable.
And I'm gonna tell you too what I like. All of you can read. All of you are unique in how you throw shade and how you read. And I have seen in the past, panels where like one person is the standout. I don't think that's going to be the case with you guys. I really don't.
All stars.
Yeah, like I was like, okay. I'm like, okay, I like this. I got to finish watching it. Yeah, and I shared it around or whatever. Like, this gonna be good.
It's been a long time since I've been a part of a panel. It feels really good to be working with other content creators again. You might have had an attitude or probably just been not into it because you're just like, child, is it? Are we just entering into something that's gonna be a mess again? Because I swear I have had my fair share of, like, I'm so over content creators and just so over the drama and just the bullshit of it all. So
you done being in a girl group, child,
baby. But I could not resist though, because Nosy has literally been like so convicted about this idea, and I really never liked myself getting into that space where I didn't really want to fuck with other content creators anymore. So I was like, it's not really me. Like, I'm not really like I'm a naturally very communal person. I actually really enjoy being communal, but this space is so crazy as fuck. But I've known Nosy now for a while, and everybody that I know who knows her speaks really well. Voodoo Doll been in the bushes, like she's been in my bushes for a long time, and then Royce and Jew come from Nosy, so there's already major rapport there. And I was like, you know what? Something just told me, just step into it, child. Like, and I know that Nosy, people give Nosy help, but Nosy is like very spiritual. Like, she's very fucking spiritual, and she's very serious about her spirituality and her alignment. So when she was like, "See, JV, this came from the damn Father, Son, and the Holy Daughter," like, I was like, okay, like, let's do it then. And when we did it last week, I was like, oh, this feels like very easy. Like, and I think what makes even the disagreeing so easy is because we're not, you can tell that it's not people like combating each other. It's just like when it's everybody's time to talk, it's that person just being in their own commentating bag. Like, it's not even about trying to size the last man up or the next man up or to like find something to disagree with. It feels like a bunch of individuals with their own commentary, and that's why even if they're disagreeing, it don't really feel like it, because it looks like you're just watching 5 commentators commentate. It's not like a debate. It's not like we're debating each other. It's just like you're just watching commentators debate one by one, and it feels dope. It feels good. It feels clean.
I'm gonna tell you, I just realized what it was, and this is really like no escape out. It really, I think for me, the first episode, I just wasn't feeling it because of the TGIF, the 5 Kings, and all that, and like, you know how sometimes you just be like, I don't want to get caught into something because I don't fool with other panels. I mean other platforms or whatever, and like, but tonight like was really good, and it just, I don't know, it was just like I just exhaled, was like, okay, yeah, I could do this, and I even hashtagged it T on top of C, yes sir.
Yeah, I saw your comment. They were like, my crew is here in the building. The Conscious crew representing. No, it's amazing. We're so excited for y'all, and entertaining y'all and mixing it up. I think it's such a great balance. And I love that we can come here. Like tonight, we can get into politics. We can get into Project 2025. We can get into the nooks and crevices of what's going on in society. And then we can come and also do something completely left, like just completely indulge in hot topics and trendy topics and just keep that balance, because we obviously are going to have to keep laughing, keep from crying at times, and sometimes we just gonna have to cry as well. We just gonna have to cry, but we're gonna have to laugh, and just being able to have that swell of content, like, it's really dope. And I hope that this panel can inspire other content creators to understand that we can work together, we can be together. I know it's very early on, but yeah, I got like good vibes about it, and Nosy has a really big vision for this panel. So y'all are going to see kind of an evolution, and yeah, like, we've come to make a name for ourselves. So it's going to be up for sure. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that feedback.
Now, whose channel this was on, baby, so I can go ahead and listen to it, so I can get this.
Okay, so if you look at, it was on my channel last Monday. So if you look a few live streams back, you will see the T on top of T title, and then I had posted this episode, which was on Voodoo Doll TV's platform, and you probably love her IG. She from New Orleans.
I know. I'm familiar with Voodoo Doll. She from baby. She from the city.
Okay, well, it was on her channel tonight.
Oh, I love her.
Yeah, she's a panelist as well. So she hosted tonight. So we rotate every Monday. So like next Monday it'll be on Nose's platform. But I posted the link to the community wall in case you guys wanted to check it out. So you'll find second episode there and find the first episode on my platform.
Yeah, they both were good. Both episodes was good. I just was in I don't want to see this no more. But I think it's definitely dope.
I wonder if it was burnout. Do you think there was possibly burnout from the TGIF shit?
It's like, because most of the people, like, even like I said, even the 5 Kings, they've been like every time.
Right.
People yeah, but I think the difference is that everyone, like, even though I knew Voodoo Doll and I knew Nosy, I didn't know the other two. Like, if I seen them in the chat or whatever, but I didn't know them for their platforms. But I think the fact that everybody is established already.
Yeah.
You understand, like, because even like with TGIF, even though Claudia is established as far as, reality TV and even game shows, all of that, like, she was kind of new to the space of YouTube and I guess podcasting. Same thing with Al, even though Funky was. So I think that a lot of times when you're putting like you're dipping your toe in like the new pond, you're gonna have those type of thing, egos, all that type of stuff. And like I said, usually one person, maybe two stands out. But when I tell you, everybody stands out. Like everybody pulls their weight. Everybody has something to contribute. Everybody is like really shining. So I was just saying, I mean, like really, like I was on your like platform personally, kind of like it was good. I was mad that I missed it, and I'm like, oh man, I wanted to be in the chat so I could, you know what I'm saying, just show love as the crew, but also just support, because this is its own entity, separate from, you know what I'm saying, your own personal brand. So yeah.
And I still want y'all to do that. I want y'all to be in everybody chats representing, like, hey, Country Crew in the building, enjoy, come run through. And maybe you should watch the first episode again. Like maybe you will experience it different now that you've gotten out of the air of like
I definitely know that's what it was, because I wasn't trying. I was being supportive and everything, but I really was like I ain't gonna lie, like one of those you know how the stage moms be. You and your friends with the other moms, but when your child come out, like everybody else, you secretly. Yeah, I was really on that. I ain't even gonna lie, I was on that type of time, but I have a totally different take of heart and opinion.
I love to hear that. Yeah, we're gonna be doing it up, man. I'm glad y'all enjoyed it. So yes, y'all, please continue to support us and pray for us and keep us lifted and light and love. And everybody is super dope. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm super excited. And thank y'all for tonight. Tonight was amazing. I'm gonna come back later tonight and get into the part 2 of RNC. I probably will go live a little bit earlier so I can do a recap, because I think Amber Rose spoke last night and stuff, and I want to speak to whatever the hell she was speaking. And I know Trump elected his vice president and all that shit. I want to get a little bit into that commentary and then roll into day 2 of the bullshiggity. I know that.
Not to cut you off, I sent you some links or whatever about his candidate.
Okay,
because apparently he wasn't for Trump.
I heard, he actually was, talking a lot of shit back in the day or whatever. And apparently Trump picked him because I forgot what I was listening to this broadcasting channel that was talking about the strategy of the Biden administration, and they're gonna, I forgot what they said, but apparently he's trying to compete with Biden by choosing
having someone young as well. Yeah,
so we're gonna get
I want to get into it. All right, I love you, gentlemen. Good morning, good night.
I love y'all too. Thank you for being here, IG. Go get your rest, honey, and tell the hubby I said hello, and God bless. And I will see you all later today. Please thumbs up, share. This was not supposed to be a 4.5 hour long goddamn commentary, child, but it just seemed like we just in that time, honey, where it's a lot going on. It's a lot going on, and everything kind of connected to the same thing. So yeah, but thumbs up this video, share. Shout out to the 46.9. We on to the solid 47. We'll probably celebrate when we get to 50. Like 50 gonna be our benchmark. We'll celebrate, then keep working till we get to that 100. But it's amazing to be on the move again. Thank you guys for supporting the platform. Thank you guys, all of my donors, all of my PayPalers. Thank you guys so much. You guys keep the channel useful, keep the channel inspiring, keep the channel growing. Something, I don't know whether it's StreamYard or YouTube that started glitching, but all of a sudden now, like, people are glitching. I know Madison even was experiencing glitching. She was thinking it was going to be StreamYard. I didn't even know she used StreamYard. But I'm gonna have to figure that out because I can't do that glitching shit. It's so weird. But I noticed that I really wasn't glitching like that over on Voodoo's tonight. So I may need to go into my own settings. I don't know whether some of my YouTube settings might have got misconfigured or some shit, but we'll figure it all out. I love y'all. I'll see y'all later. Bye.